I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I'm Terry Trades 100, and we have Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. How are you guys this morning?
Doing good. A little sleepy, but we're waking up. Or I'm waking up. I don't know where Nick is.
Nick, how are you?
I'm wide awake and bushy-tailed.
Good morning, chat. How are you guys doing? Type W if you are awake and you want to win today. I want to win. I'm gonna get us started. So how was your weekend?
It was good. I got to play some golf yesterday, and it was although it's been pretty hot, and I did not go on the computer at all. So I've been trying to stay off the computer unless I have just some sort of questions and need answered or things to do. But yeah, I just didn't touch it this weekend. And first time in my office was for the past 3 days was 20 minutes ago. So it was good.
You're fully recharged.
I completely avoid the computer during weekends, but my old job did not turn off on the weekends. It got really intense. So I love banking hours these days.
Did you make it to the golf course, Barbie?
Yeah, a couple times. So we're there Friday, and then we went to a different golf course on Saturday. But I was doing my needlepoint, not golfing on Saturday, watching the deer.
That sounds relaxing. I did find some taquitos, Nick, some bean and cheese taquitos, and I fried them in the pan. I got them crispy. It was good.
So you didn't go to 7-Eleven?
No,
that is where. See, I've had taquitos before. I think like a party or something. I'm like, it's all right. And then just the smell of it hit me when I walked into that gas station that one day, and that's what I was like. Literally 7-Elevens all over the place, and y'all just have these taquitos just laying around, like no one, there's like 20 of them on here, and I like what are we doing, people?
Is it the steak and cheese? Is that
steak
what you
and
recommend?
Cheese, steak and cheese, my favorite, and then also
he likes the ones that have been reheating all day, though. Those are the best ones.
Yeah,
the crispier ones.
I agree.
Leah Rhea said, "What's your handicap, Nick and Bull Barbie?"
Let me check real quick.
I have no idea. It's whatever's really bad. So
the max.
We don't do numbers. We don't do scores at my level. So whatever that is.
Oh, that's a plus 0.2.
Plus 0.2. Yeah.
So that means when you play, you actually are instead of deducting points, you're given points because you're so good.
I don't have
no, they take away points. So there's 18 hole, they rate the holes based off handicap, right? So
yeah.
The number one handicap is the hardest hole. So I don't even, sometimes I'll get a point, I'll get a stroke on that hole. So if it's a par 5, a par 4, I get 5 strokes on it to make par, but that's very, very rare if that happens.
That's amazing. Yeah, we did talk about My Funded Futures golfing competition. That would be so fun. And if it was best ball, I'm like, Barbie and I are on your team, Nick. I'm calling dibs now because you're so good. Okay, speaking of good, let's take a look at the markets. Who wants to go first?
Where did Nick go?
Oh, Nick doesn't want to go first. Barbie, can you get us started?
I can get us started. I mean, I am kind of having one of those moments where I'm kind of waiting to see how the market's going to open up. Do we have a chart? I'll wait for him to give a chart. There we go. This is the thing I wanted to point out. I know this has started going around on the socials, and it'll kind of continue. But this is the way zoomed out daily. So this is that very tippy-toppy trend line. If we just literally connect all of these major swing highs. And so I wanted to point out that is where we're finding ourselves. So I know it's been the market's so bullish, and then we're stalling up here. And I kind of think this might be why. When you have something like a major trend line, we have a lot of macro participants in the market that have, the whales, the big institutions and everything. They're watching this level. They've got to be real convinced that if we're going to keep buying up above this level, that it's legit. So I'm kind of thinking about that. I mean, I keep saying I would love a retracement, and a nice big retracement has lots of room to the downside yet, and that would get everybody freaking out like, oh gosh, here's the bubbles bursting. Oh my gosh. But I would love that right now. I think the bulls are very, very firmly in control. So even if we get a pretty significant pullback and kind of test some of these major lows, it's all good. We're not going to be worrying too much. I'll show you where we are with the Keltner's on a little bit too. So the Keltners are really lining up. That's a 3 ATR Keltner on the daily is really coming up into that same spot, which is just above 6,400. So if we do have a target this week on ES, 6,400 is kind of lining up as that obvious spot there. And this little box, I'll zoom in so we can see it better. Not that much. This box is kind of that consolidation area that I keep watching on ES, and we're above it right now, but we're still, kind of really hanging out close to the same figures, which makes me think that participants are just not having a lot of confidence in continuing to bring the price up. So I'm really kind of getting more cautious about the longs, even though the market's bullish. So this is on the hourly, you can kind of see what I'm talking about too. We have these rallies and then they're sold. Every time we have a rally, it keeps getting sold. And this is, this macro consolidation that we're in. So we've had a rally. Are we going to end up getting sold? It's kind of what I'm looking at. See if something like that's going to happen. And when I add the levels back on here, this is kind of messy right now, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And I don't totally have a feel for what the market's going to do this morning. I want to kind of see what we're doing. I do think that the 63.35 is going to be kind of our magnet level to get away from early in the week. And the way I look at that is when we have a strong magnet level, every time we move away from it, the market's going to want to move back. So if we do rally up and test all-time highs, if we fall back down, I think it's going to be 63.35. If we go test lower support and find buyers down here in the 63 teens, basically, it's a weird way to say that, but then we're probably going to rally back up to 63.35. So it'll be once we can get some distance away from the 63.35 and kind of lose that magnetic gravitational force on it, that we might get something more interesting. But when we're close to it, I'm going to be less optimistic about extended targets being hit and that sort of thing. So to open up, I want to see how we're reacting to the highs, how we're reacting to the 63.35, and see if the market really, if we're still finding buyers or not. It seems like this thing is slowing down to me a little bit, so I'm hoping we get that retracement. Was that a lot? Did I talk a lot?
It was good. Yeah. So, same game plan. It sounds like the same game plan the last few days, like waiting for that retracement. And
I'm still kind of waiting to see, but until we actually get something, I don't have confidence in the plays.
Mm-hmm. It's really hard to trade these like all-time highs.
It does get exhausting. We did this a couple of years, or was this last spring even? Just all-time high, all-time high, all-time high. And it's a little different to trade. You get kind of exhausted just buying all the time.
Nick, what are you thinking this morning?
I'm kind of in the same. Like, I think we can. Let me see here. These lows to me kind of look. Let me go to the weekly chart. So something I've been watching is this weekly gap right here. And if you go to the daily, it's some really clean lows. Even before it, we got some relative equal lows here, low here, relative equal lows right here. And I think if price got down there, you would see like this, oh my God, the world's ending sort of, sentiment, right? And doesn't mean, well, that's probably 99% like not happening, but it's just the market pulling back, right? And if you look at in terms of the weekly or even the monthly, it would just be like, oh yeah, it's probably most likely going to be a monthly pullback, unless we get some news here before the end of the month. So it would just be a monthly return, a return back to a monthly fair value gap. So I'm kind of watching to see how we react this morning. I'm kind of bearish going to the morning, bullish for the week. Obviously, this gap right here on the daily is something I like for price to draw to, especially how the once I come into the market and I'm bearish or bullish, but in this case, I'm bearish. If I see the daily candle like this, like it's already made an open high, go into the market, I want to see it make a low close down to towards this area. Right? I don't want to see it retrace back up and make another wick high or retrace towards that wick. And if you look at the hourly, usually when you see a candle like that, it will look something like this, where it's like strong displacement lower. So I'm actually looking. We got a higher time frame model for me here. So short here, sometimes after 9:30, the target down to here is probably what I'm going to be watching. There's also an SMT at these highs. I'm sorry. So I got SMT here with ES. So, and there's really nothing. I always like to look, okay, what can hold us up? Like what could be, let's play devil's advocate for your bias or for your narrative, right? We do have a 4-hour gap right here, but if you look at the 1 hour, there's not really a whole lot stopping us from going lower. We're right at weekly open. So I'm actually anticipating price going lower. But mark off, you can mark off the hourly or the 4-hour gap here. And just kind of wait and see if you're being conservative. But I personally just think we go lower down to this gap. And I think if that happens, it'd be much easier to frame longs for the rest of the week. Whereas like if we just shoot up from here and we just keep going higher, I find that harder to trade because price didn't give us, a discount buy or discount buy compared to where we've been at. So that's kind of what I'm watching to start the day. I'm going to take all this stuff off my chart now. This is like my higher time frame chart. As you guys notice, I only have ES and gold on here. Same thing for ES. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I don't see anything at the moment.
I have a question, Nick, for people who aren't familiar. Tell us again what SMT stands for and what does it mean?
It's just a smart money. Well, it stands for smart money tool. But let me show you, because there's actually 2 examples going on right now, which is not something I like to see. I like to see them on, just one side of the market. So we have one here. It's basically just when price runs a low or high. It didn't do it on the other pair. So I like to look at them on the hourly or the 4-hour charts. So on the hourly chart, from Asia low to right now, there is a divergence. So with NQ, so this is ES right here. And then if you look at NQ, from this low to this low, it did run that low. So the same SMT with ES. So you see what I mean? Does that kind of answer your question right there?
Yeah.
So to me, sometimes it's the market's tipping its hand to you that wants to go higher or lower. But however, what you'll typically see on days like Mondays, especially, you'll see what's called low probability conditions, and you'll see SMTs at the highs and lows. So if you can spot them at the highs and the lows, you're probably looking at like a low probability day, or you just need price to kind of clear up a little bit. And that's what I like to see on Mondays. Let price show its hand to me, and maybe I don't make it move on Tuesday, maybe I don't make it move on Wednesday, but Thursday, Friday I might. And that's what happened last week. I don't think I really had any trades. I think I had one Tuesday that was a loss, small loss, and then Thursday I had a big win. So it's just about the process of how you find these setups and things like that. So yeah, SMT here, SMT here.
Was Thursday the day that you shared on X that you had like 14,000 from funded accounts?
Yeah, and it's just like small gains added up, right? You know, I think I was trading a batch of like, I think 12 or 11 accounts that day. And, you know, it was like, you know, 1250 your account. Wasn't crazy, right? But just, and
14,000, Nick. That's so much money. It's like
well,
amazing.
you got payout caps on all those, you know, so
Yeah.
it's not necessarily the same as trading your live capital, but you know, it's a lot better than what it used to be, right? A lot more than you make it your job, even with the payout caps. So I'm happy for that. I think everyone can kind of attest to that. But yeah, no, but it all comes down to like a process, right? And I don't know, hate to kind of get back into the. Did anyone happen to watch the British Open this weekend? How Sky Scheffler was talking about the process, and the only reason I talk about that is he said he finds more joy, like holding up the trophy. He don't have a whole lot of joy in that. Right? He finds more joy in like building out the process, building out a game plan, building out how he's going to approach the week. That's the joy in it for him. So that if you truly love trading, you truly want to go, you know, to the next level and, you know, continuous on, you have to have a joy for that. Right? It can't just be all about, you know, I enjoy making money, because you're probably going to lose money on a trade. Then you'll immediately try to get back in and make money because why? You love making money. I think we all here love making money, but you have to love that process more, because that'll, you know, be better for the long term, in my opinion. So go watch the interview. Maybe I'll clip it in here. I'll find a way to clip it. But yeah, like I say, I love golf, but like it's. Since it got into trading, I noticed how similar they are, and I just kind of use that to help people, you know, just kind of see a perspective on things, you know, and try to get them better as traders. And there's a lot of books that talk about trading books that talk about, you know, just stuff that's similar to trading. And I feel like the best trading books had nothing to do with trading, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about mindset
and improvement.
Right. So self-improvement. But yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm watching this morning. Back to technicals here. SMT at the highs, SMT at the lows, a point of interest here, and a point of interest here. I can frame both sides. However, I probably lean. I wanted to go lower. However, I wouldn't be surprised if it went higher. So I'd probably say 50-50 in terms of bias for me today. But all you need is 1 or 2 days where your bias is like 70, 80, 90% conviction. And from there, it's just waiting for your entry model to happen and then putting on risk. But yeah, no, that's pretty much all I got. Sorry for my little rant there for a second.
Oh, we love your rants. We love your rants, Nick. We love your rants, Barbie. Everyone, the promo continues. It's 50% off your first account using code YouTube, any size, any type. And then after that, it is 15% off, 15% off the starter accounts, or I'm sorry, the starter plus accounts and the expert accounts. And that is unlimited use until the end of the month. So use code YouTube to help support all of the traders on the show, and then also to help support the show. Speaking of the show, we're already at 17,500 subscribers. Everyone, smash that subscribe button. Turn on your notification buttons. Oh my gosh, it's Monday morning. Everyone, turn on your notifications for special announcements. We have exciting things happening. Tomorrow is an exciting day. Make sure you tuned in. We have new news coming in tomorrow. What do you guys think it will be? Any guesses, chat? Good morning, John. Good morning, John Walk. Yes, Bull Barbie says we have Magnus locked up in the dungeon. We have him here. Greek MF says
we're taking good care of Magnus.
Really good care. Jeet says increase sim cap to 100K. Some good guesses here.
Luke coming back. Oh wow, great guess.
Yeah. Raphael Trade says free Magnus in all caps. Market is going to open in less than 2 minutes. Let's set that bounty. What should we set it at?
Oh, 2 minutes. Wow. Morning's already flying by. We're at 513 right now. If what I'm reading is right. Cannot believe gold did that to me. God, just ran without me.
Oh,
Rude.
so rude. Oh, we can't do 555, guy. Oh, 800. I like 800. Lifetime learner says 800.
Yeah, let's do 800. That's only like 200 something away. Like, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's very doable. The first bounty is set at 800 for likes and views. Let's go, guys. Everyone, share the show on all of your socials. Smash that like button. Let's get this party started. Let's unlock that treasure for the very first giveaway.
I have to go get my dog's ear infection cone, but before I do that, this was my target here for gold. It hit it like literally like an hour ago. The next thing I'm gonna be watching, if we don't reverse and go back to consolidation profile, is a move up to this high from June 23rd. And I'm gonna be using some gaps in here to get long from. So any sort of gap on the hourly or the 4 hour, look to go long in there. But it probably won't be today. I don't like buying moves on a day like today where the market is, up, about 1.5% before I even get to 9:30.
Market's open. Ding, 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 ding.
Be right back.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Market is open. It is pushing higher in this very first 5-minute candle. Let's see what happens. NASDAQ is trading above VWAP.
We'll see. This is definitely one of those that I think there's definitely some caution up here. So we're going to be running into the buyers are going to be running into some caution, and I want to see what that looks like. I'm also selfishly like wanting to get back into swings. So
you want to see a nice pullback, a good one, like not just these little.
Yeah, that's what I'm always telling everyone. Realized gains are the sexy gains. And so I like to take profits and did that. Now what?
Now what? Now it seems like you're patiently waiting, Barbie. You're really good at it.
I'm not so patient right now. Let's do it, market. Let's go. We got tech kind of pushing this morning too, though. So we'll see. I think that's what we're seeing with NASDAQ trying to take off a little bit more than ES, but we'll see. Last week we were having a hard time trading because the sisters NASDAQ and ES were not wanting to go the same place.
No.
You can picture them walking around the mall, and one of them wants to go to Gap, and one of them wants to go to Neiman's, and they're just tug of warring with each other, trying to figure out where they're going to go. So,
yeah, it's difficult. The market is telling us it's just kind of hanging out. And it's a Monday, so I feel like Mondays and Fridays, it's like extra cautious.
Yeah, like I agree with that. But like sometimes on Mondays, so Mondays and Fridays, especially with like no news, people like it's low probability, so they think it's just gonna chop around. But what really happens is 9:30 or 8:30 news will just send it higher or lower with no retracement at all. And that to me is a definition of a low probability day, right? Whereas price just move that no one saw coming, but it just happens, right? I think Thursday when we caught our trade, me, Barbie, I think you, we all kind of saw that move higher, right? Like that wasn't an example of low probability, I think. So don't think low probability means the market doesn't move. Like a lot of times it will move, but it's just like it'll do something like what gold did, where it just shoots higher from midnight and just does not look back.
Yeah.
It's not just about where the market's going, is that we have to have our opportunities to get our entries in, no matter what your little entry strategy is. That's what you have to wait for. And so sometimes the market isn't giving us the conditions that we need to be able to make our entry and have our stop loss and profit where they need to be. And that's frustrating, but that's part of what we deal with.
Yeah. The frustration as traders, what we're dealing with and learning to deal with better and better. You, Arturo, asked, how do we use VWAP? And can we explain it a little bit? I'll just briefly explain how I use it. So it stands for volume weighted average price, and it's the average price of everyone's buys and sells, like where price has interacted. So you get an average, and it doesn't matter what time frame you use, which is nice, like whether it's the 1 hour or the 5 minute or the 15 minute. The VWAP will always be the same. So when price is trading above it, that's information it's telling me that people are willing to pay above the average price. What that could mean is if people are willing to pay above the average price, it could mean that because people are enthusiastic to buy, they might pay even more as time goes on. And the opposite is also kind of how I look at it too. Like if price is trading below the average, there's a reason why the buyers and sellers are pricing it below the average, and possibly making a bet that traders will continue to push either the price lower or higher. People use it differently because some people will do like mean reversion trades. So like, let's say price is way above VWAP. Sometimes for some people, if they want to get in at a good price for a short, they'll wait until it's far away from the average and then they'll sell. Same with people trying to get good prices on the buy side. So that's kind of how I use it. Barbie, Nick, thoughts on VWAP?
I didn't know what it was until 2 weeks ago when someone said volume weighted average price. So whatever, I don't care what anyone uses, like that's great. But yeah, I don't. I've heard of it before. I just didn't know what it meant.
I'm always trying to, I mean, I guess some people call it smart money. Some people call it whales. Like, it doesn't really matter what you call it, but right. I want to be able to use the tools and the levels that the big guys are using. And because VWAP tends to be the favorite moving average with the institutional traders, I like to pay attention to it too. But basically, the whole idea is, I mean, Terry said this, but the price above, it's an average. So if it's our median, if you're buying above it, you're paying a premium, and if you're buying below it, you're buying a discount. In the very most basic sense. I mean, I don't think you can trade VWAP by itself. It's not like a whole trading strategy by itself. But whether you're using the full session VWAP or just an intra-session VWAP like the New York session only, or you can use a VWAP just on the London session. You can anchor it to different sessions. That'll give you a level where orders are going to be resting for hedge funds and things. And we don't know if it's a take profit or an entry, but if there's a big order sitting there, whether it's a take profit or an entry, it's going to take the market a minute to get through that. So I can use it as a target. I can use it as an entry. It'll depend on if we're below or above it or something like that. But it is an area that I want to be aware of because at the bare minimum, it can be a speed bump.
The NASDAQ just made new highs for the day. Took out the overnight highs. ES has not made new highs for the day yet.
Nope.
Speaking of speed bump, NQ just blasted right through that overnight high.
And that's what makes, we were having the same thing last week where it can kind of make your trading a little bit trickier when things are not in agreement. But I was looking to see if maybe the Mag 7's taking off. Not too much. I did see some price and some target increases from the funds for some of the Mag 7, but that doesn't mean they initially shoot up. That's usually a slow thing. So
yeah, I didn't see any news on the charts for like red folder news today.
Nah, it's kind of light on the week too. I think it's just
we do have Powell tomorrow. I was going to look and see what he's doing. He's delivering opening remarks at the integrated review of the capital framework for large banks conference. So he's not going to say anything interesting.
Okay.
No, probably no Q&A either. What was that?
Yeah, he's a guy that's not having fun at his job right now too. So
no, does not sound fun. NASDAQ is trading in the green about 90 points, and ES is in the green by about 15.
I will go ahead. So the big thing, bigger than news this week, is the earnings calendar.
Yes.
Yeah. Wednesday after close is Tesla, right?
Yeah. So, well, let's see. This is not. We all like the prettier.
That's last week.
Yeah, but we have come on, refresh. I don't know why it's not going to this week. Help me out here, thing. There we go.
Yeah,
there's Tesla
Google. Yeah.
Yeah, Google's so Google has 2 different tickers, but they release their earnings together, so both of those will go. Enphase 2 is a big one. We've got a lot of big ones, and the airlines too are kind of mixed in here a little bit too, but the tech ones are the big ones that I'm going to be paying the most attention to. Intel too.
I think it's even a bigger new earnings next week, right?
We have Chipotle this week too. Yeah, Wednesday's the big one. Let me go to next week since this thing is finally. There we go. We got
Amazon,
Starbucks, Visa, Apple, Amazon, AMC.
Friday.
There's a lot of big ones next week too. So we are in the tech earnings season, so that's going to be there's the NASDAQ will move with a lot of these bigger earnings that we were just mentioning. So that's definitely worth, especially Tesla. Like you can play the Tesla earnings just based on, or you can trade NASDAQ during those earnings.
How do you guys trade earnings, or how does it affect your trading, if at all?
Doesn't affect mine really. Because usually these news kind of happen. All the big ones happen like the Mag 7 after the close. So I'm usually done by 11:30 anyways. But the next day is when they will impact it the most. So maybe there's a big gap up. And I'll maybe, if I'm bullish, or let's say I'm bearish, and there's a big gap up, I'll look for us to target back down there the next session, right? It's no different than playing like a regular trading hours gap. But I do find we rarely lead those earnings inefficiencies, but I feel like we always kind of come back to them on the futures like NASDAQ and things like that. Maybe Barbie trading stocks can attest to that or completely disagree.
I like how when we have the big earnings and Tesla has, I'm looking at the IV on them too. Tesla has one of the highest IVs this week. They'll put in some levels because we'll get that we'll get the squishy chart where all of a sudden the old figures like get squished down, and then all of a sudden we have some new. We'll have a big candle, and that big candle is going to give us some levels. And if we get a move on NASDAQ, and we should for these bigger earnings, we'll have some new levels to play. And yeah, like Nick was saying, we can end up with gaps and things. So it's not like you necessarily are playing the earnings. That's the options gamblers love to play the earnings. There will be some crazy out of the money call stuff going on Tesla with some 1,000 calls and 100 puts and all kinds of stuff that's really not going to happen. A lot of people will get IV crushed on the options market. The way I like to play the options is in the days leading up to it, because you have the IV building and it helps kind of buffer your trade. So you don't have to be as precise because the premium is going to increase anyway. So I kind of like playing the options leading up to, and then there's kind of some different strategies that'll come after earnings with, if we get a big move away, is that move going to be retraced or continued? So you can get trades off of that level as well. But as far as actually playing earnings, we don't have to. You just have to be aware of them. It's like any other big event. You don't want to have a position on and be like, oh, what was that candle? I was like, oh, that was Tesla earnings. Like, I should have known about that.
Market awareness, and make sure you're flat if you're not planning on playing those trades.
Yeah. I do want to show something here real quick because I think there's a lot of people there's some people that trade like me in the chat, and they kind of get concept overloaded, and that's why I just want to do a quick little session here on this. So remember when I was saying like there was a SMT at this low here? So technically, if you look at this, ES is the stronger pair, right? And the reason I don't use SMT like as a required entry technique is because of something like this. So they would be telling you to long ES since it's the stronger pair in the hourly. Whereas like look at NQ. NQ's back all time high. NQ is clearly the stronger one. So it's all about looking at the lower time frames once your levels hit. And then from there, that's when you be the judge of which one do I want to take. Do I want to take ES, NQ, or if you trade YM? Just go like which one is stronger, which one is cleaner in terms of price action, and which one still has a clear draw on liquidity of where price is going to reach. So that's why I don't
make a new all-time high on NASDAQ again, aren't we?
Woo! Yeah. It is pumping. Speaking of,
5 points away.
Thank you, Nick. Sorry to interrupt. We were like,
yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt either. It's just like, wow, this is really happening again.
I was done. I was done. I was, thinking about what I'm going to eat for lunch. So I was thinking about that,
You guys, we smashed the bounty. Awesome job, guys. So now we have hit that first bounty, and MyFundedFutures will release some type of treasure. Everyone, get ready. We have no idea what it is, but usually once we hit a bounty, the first bounty of the day, it seems like it's usually either a free reset or a free account.
And if you guys are really good, it's usually before I leave at 10 o'clock.
If you're good.
Let me get a text, be like, hey, don't say that.
No, we're good this morning, right, chat?
Chat better be being good, and we're watching you. Yeah, Mike was saying that Mondays can a lot of times just kind of be weird like this, and I agree. Where it's hard to like really get even if the market's doing something that makes sense, it's hard to find your entry on it.
Yeah.
That's why I was going back to a low probability day, right? Like we didn't see this. I was like 50-50, wanted it to go lower, and then this happens, right? Like low probability conditions don't always have to be chop city, right? Like not saying people who caught this move took a low probability trade. It's just did you see this? Did you see a 200-point move, 150-point move since open? Right at Monday with no news?
Yeah, on a Monday. I didn't. No. It is just ripping. ES is 23 points in the green. NQ is 145 points in the green. I'm seeing nothing but green candles. It's going. Who caught this long? Chat.
I'm in the orbs for both ES and NASDAQ. So ES just trailed. My dogs are barking. Thanks for the help, guys.
Can we get W? We got 1.1K people watching. Can we get W's for Barbie in the chat with the orb trade here?
Let's go.
Trust me, bro, I'm in, I guess, because we're on the wrong charts, but
Keith caught some of the long, but closed it out. But Keith, you already booked a bunch of profits this morning, I think. I'm seeing lots of W's. Yes.
Going long and going home, huh?
CJ said, OMG, I'm scared. Almost stopped and should have waited for Meow to short.
For Meow?
I told you it was them. CJ. Yeah, I'm not sure. Waited for Meow.
Meow? Meow?
I almost snorted when I was laughing. That's so funny. Okay, markets setting new highs. Man, can you believe this? After all of the tariff news bounce, it just
we just got one on ES too, huh? Did we? Yeah, we did.
On ES too?
Yeah.
How's YM looking?
It's not making new highs. I mean, I can I can show you. We can take a look at the indexes real quick too. I'll put the trade back, but here's YM kind of lagging. Russell's lagging too. So I think tech's kind of leading us this morning. Makes sense. We're in the tech. We're getting into tech earnings season. So this is the ES orb. I got it trailed to break even. So hopefully that'll go up to take profit. And then the NASDAQ one hasn't quite hit yet. The cool thing is I didn't even have to place these trades. It happened really, really fast. I'm testing my bot. It's supposed to be right now. We'll see. But
Ooh, tell us about your bot. This sounds very exciting.
Well, I just took the exact same rules that I had been talking about and sharing with y'all, and it's automated. So now, as soon as that break happened, you can see I actually got filled a little bit after that. Yeah, we were in.
Ooh,
So
it is pumping. The strategy that Barbie trades on the 15-minute orb, Barbie does have a video that on your YouTube channel. So everyone go check out that video if you're interested.
yeah, so I made a video that has the most, this is the most simple rules that I can possibly get the orb down to. And the whole idea behind that is if we strip everything down and make it as simple as possible, then everyone can kind of add their own twist on it. And it gives us a really good basis for back testing and optimizing. So because this is really hard to take myself, I have an automation running, a NinjaTrader that can put that order in for me. If I'm too slow, I just have to tell it that I want to run that automation, and then we go. So this is kind of how my thinking works. I'm looking over here at the NASDAQ one. The NASDAQ has not trailed yet. So when I get to the halfway to profit target, I trail to break even. But yeah, the whole idea is this is I can just kind of watch this and babysit this, but it takes a lot of stress off. I don't know if about you. I have a hard time getting those orders placed in the heat of the moment when I may also be taking a trade with a different strategy and that sort of thing. So the automation really helps me.
Yeah, definitely. The emotions of trading and just in the moment, like you're saying, I've experienced, it really seems like it's a performance sport. What do you think, Nick, about trading being a performance sport?
Yeah, I mean, that's why you see so many people like when they well, the people who write the trading books, at least that are, good traders, they talk about how they need to train and do stuff, hard every day and doing a lot of like those mental exercises, right? And a lot of athletes do those because they're in front of thousands of people, so they have to be kind of locked in their own little world. And with trading, you really have to be locked in on the charts and know your entry model at all times, because if you get off that mental, it's so easy to just go down like a path that you weren't really expecting, right? Yeah, so yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Miss Trading asked if I have a 50K expert account with $2,000 above the buffer. Congratulations, Miss Trading. The question is, I still need 6 calendar days. Is it okay for me to wait the 14 days out? Is it bannable in MyFundedFutures? I still trading my other MyFundedFutures account. I think you're asking if, since you're above the buffer, and you still need 6 calendar days, like, is it okay for you just to wait? So on the expert accounts, which one of the many reasons why we love that account type is you can get paid every 14 calendar days, and you only have to trade once a week. You'll have to check with support to see if it's like Sunday through Saturday, they consider a week. But as long as you trade once a week, you're good. So
it's calendar days, so it includes the weekend. So if you trade, so you can't trade on a let's say a Tuesday and then trade the next, I guess you could say, Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Like, so because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that would be within 7 trading days, but it would be over the 7 calendar day limit. So it's within 7 calendar days. Someone can correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure, I'm 99% sure that's it.
Thanks, Nick. NQ is still trading at the highs of the day, highs of the market, all-time highs here. Green 154 points in the green, and ES is 25 points in the green also. Raphael Trade says 23,400 coming.
Yeah,
we are close.
14 points. Well, at one point.
Yeah. Miss Trading says, is it okay to flip? I think is your question. I think technically, if you read the rules, like what I've seen when I have read the rules for myself, it seems like, of course, MyFundedFutures, they want us to trade our strategies, right? Like in there, it does say like trade a consistent strategy. And I mean, I don't know.
So the best thing I would do to recommend to Mist is go in their Discord and type in keywords. So type in the word maybe flip or type in 7 days or calendar. Just type those keywords in that you're looking for. And I guarantee you some people have already asked that same question. And you can find that you can just scroll through there and find the answer.
I think that like they in general, they're not going to penalize you if you flip a contract every once in a while, but if that's like a regular thing that you're doing, then that's discouraged for sure. Does that make sense? Like,
yes, yeah,
I hear, is that Burke singing? Is this the intro?
Woo! The code drop. Pump it 55 for a free reset. There's 55 of them, you guys. It's Barbie singing this morning.
yeah, this pump. This looks like one of those. This pump does look like that GIF. Like,
pump it.
Pump it.
I could just see like a 10-year-old Barbie, you know, with a hat on, just singing this song.
We have to think of a good dance. Let's go.
I'm hoping this ES. Okay, ES. I took profit on the ES. Well, we hit profit. So I just have the NASDAQ trade going. Haven't trailed that one yet, but it's pretty close. So hopefully I'll get the trail here. Look at ES go though. This is what you're like. Oh, ES hasn't run the highs yet. It just said hold my beer.
It just took off. Nice trade, Barbie.
This is the ES trade, so that was the target level right there where that little green line is. So that one's wrapped up. This one will trail if we get to the first green line, and that target is not quite in the right place. I'm gonna look at my automation in a little bit, but yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, good stuff.
All right. Someone asked, Force asked, how are these people this quick? And I just typed in giving away some of the sauce. Have Windows
they live
already
for code drops. They live for them.
They do. Have Windows already open and have it already set, like pulled up, like have one window open for a reset. So pick an account that you want to reset, pull it up, pretend like you're going to reset it, and then have it ready to go so that when the code drops, you can type it in real quick and then just hit enter. And then same, have another window open for a free account in case the code drop is a free account. Sorry, guys. I'm going to get my ass kicked for sharing that.
Dropping too much sauce.
I know, right? I just want everyone to win. Keith says you got to be a type sniper. Yeah, you have to be really fast. But don't worry, we have lots of giveaways for the rest of the day. So hang out throughout the day. MyFundedFutures gives away a ton of accounts every day.
How many do we give away? Like, how many times do we do a giveaway per day? Because I really only see one when I'm here. So we run the show till what, 1 o'clock, 1:30. So I'm guessing one per hour. Is that about right?
You gotta hang around more and watch more giveaways.
Yeah.
I know they like to spin the wheel during Ash's stream. So if I were to guess, probably 4 or 5 batches of 50. If I were to guess,
that's a lot of accounts. And then we have the social media accounts too. Those giveaways.
So 250 giveaway accounts just from watching the stream per day, which is like what, $12.50 a week, and then that's pretty good. That even for 1,000 people watching, you have a good shot at getting it, especially if you do the social media stuff.
Yeah. Okay. The market just put an inside bar on the 5-minute on NQ. I might take this short if we break the low of this inside bar.
I was gonna say this is supposed to be trailing, but I think, like I said, I am running an automation, so it's not running quite the way I expected it to. But so I'm kind of just babysitting this. I should be trailed at break even on the NASDAQ long, so I'm just gonna watch it. I can't change my automation right now, so. Just imagine it the way I usually trade it.
Okay.
Good trade though, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm always that I've seen that open range breakout a good bit. I'll have to go watch your video on that because I've always wondered like what do you do with targets, what do you do with stop loss. I know you try to keep it as fixed as possible, which I think is good. But what do you do like on those? There are some discretionary parts of trading.
Well, that's why this one I need to work on this a little bit too, but this was supposed to enter more quantities. It was yesterday. I tried to make a quick change before I came on live and I just needed more time, but it should have entered more than one. So in my automation, I have it calculating if my max loss, I can put a max loss in there. So if my max loss that I'm willing to accept on a trade is $500, it'll do the math for me on how many trades I can take, because you have your calculation, you have your entry and you have your exit, so you know how many points that is. You can convert that points to dollars if that's the way you do your stop loss in dollar amounts, and then you can say, well, if that stop loss is $150 and my max loss per trade is $500, how many contracts can I take in that play? So that would be 3. So that's the way I do it, because yeah, we're gonna have a different range every day, but if I want to kind of target the same amount every day, that's how I can do it. But yeah, this automation is not working quite right. It worked beautifully on ES. I'm just gonna have to look at it. And yeah, it should have taken more than one. It was last night when I tested it. I probably screwed something up rushing, but.
Okay, Rocky Martin Trader is reminding us that there is news in less than 20 seconds. Small news.
Okay.
Nick, do you want to share your thoughts on the charts before you take off?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot to share, but not a whole lot for me. Seems like, remember we had the SMT here. This gap on the full hour, I said to mark off. We had like SMT inside that gap, and then we just had an explosion right on 30. I was looking for entry model on ES because I just had a feeling, okay. During the move up, I'm like, okay, I'm going from 50 to 60 to 70% bullish now, rather than 50-50 beforehand. Unfortunately, I just never got entry. I was looking for a return back like right around this area here with a close above, and never gave it. And then it didn't close above like 2 or 3 points, and I probably should just swallow the 2 or 3 points now that it's 20 points above where that price was. But to me, I got left behind, and I think if sometimes that happens, especially on days where I'm like 50-50 coming into the day. If I was like 80 or 90% bullish and confident on that, I probably would have got in, but I wasn't. Like I thought we could have made a move lower here because at one point we were all the way down here. We were only 40 points away from this daily gap, which I really had a hard time believing we couldn't come down there, and like 12 on ES. So I wanted it to go lower. It didn't. It shot higher, which is fine. We got 4 other trading days in the week. I only need 1 to make a week. So that's all for me, though. Gold is kind of being stagnant. Maybe watch a return back to this gap here from 10 to 11 is maybe what I'll be watching. But other than that, that's pretty much it. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we can. We got some big news dropping tomorrow, so can't wait for that. So
super exciting. Luke is going to be here.
Oh yeah, Luke's back, so yeah, that'll be fun. So yeah, a good job on your trade, Barbie, and good luck potentially on your short, Terry. So
thank you.
Yeah, I'll see ya.
See ya. Bye, Nick.
Bye.
Luke is coming on tomorrow, Barbie.
Yay.
Yay.
I put him on the charger, so hopefully he'll be ready.
Luke has so much energy. We cannot wait for him to be on our show again. Everyone misses Luke. Your green trade is looking beautiful. Who else is in a trade?
Posting that to the recaps there.
400. 23,400 NQ touched
again. Did we get there?
Yeah, we did get there.
Yep, 402. Wild market.
Raphael says, I don't have the courage to short this market, Terry. I respect it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's where I
wild.
am too. That's why I want the pullback. Like, give me the pullback.
Yeah.
I
I
don't want
I
to
ha-
short it either.
I have a stop market order below that inside bar, the 9:50 Eastern time candle on the 5-minute chart. It's just hanging out there. We'll see if it gets triggered. I might cancel it though. So these inside bars, I actually learned this trading strategy from Pine Tree Trader. So taking the break of the inside bar is one of his go-to strategies, and it's been working really well for him. So if he were to trade this, he would take the long because the first break on whichever side it breaks is the side that you're supposed to take. But because this is like all new highs, that's why I'm like, I do not want to take the break on the high of that. So that's why I have the stop below. Sometimes the reversal works really well. Like if it breaks the top side and you don't get that 1-to-1 risk reward, sometimes the break on the bottom works really well. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Yeah, Luke isn't coming today, Varam. He is coming tomorrow, bright and early. So everyone, make sure you come to the show, watch the show. We have exciting news breaking tomorrow.
You aren't good at surprises, are you, Terry?
No, I like to like anticipate, right? Like I feel like part of the surprise.
We gotta leave something as
We
a
do.
surprise. What's more
We do.
exciting?
But like, don't you think part of the fun of a surprise is like knowing you're going to get a surprise? It's like, what is it?
Yeah, but you told him Luke's coming. That was the surprise.
That was a
No, there's no
surprise?
surprise. There's no more announcement left. That was the announcement for tomorrow, right? Luke's coming.
Sad.
Okay.
No, I'm excited.
There's more.
Luke, we love you. If Luke is the surprise, that is a fantastic surprise.
But yeah, no, so last week we had kind of a thing that kept coming up in the Discord, and people were sharing some lost porn, and it wasn't from our Discord. I want to be really clear about that. But we had seen a lot of people on X and YouTube and all over the place like, oh, we're all at times high. I'm YOLOing a short. They're like going all in, shorting all-time highs.
Ugh.
That's usually not a good move. So when you're at all-time highs, there is a freight train that has powered through that. There's a reason, there's something very powerful that has caused the market to go through the highest price that it's ever been at. So there's some force behind that. And that's why I kind of picture like a freight train running up. So yeah, we could reject off of the highs, but it's just the freight train coming for a little stop. So you don't want to be standing in front of a freight train. And that's why a lot of the times you're going to lose your behind trying to short all-time highs. And that's why most traders will be cautious and wait and not be messing with it. Because a lot of times we'll run the all-time highs like we just did and then screw around for a little bit. And we could get that rejection later off of it, but we could also trigger some short stops. So it's very dangerous just getting real confident on shorting the market at all-time highs. Just want to throw that out there because you guys are smarter than the rest of the market. So, because you're here.
Yeah. Thanks for that reminder, Barbie. It every single
We saw
candle
lost porn from that. Yeah.
every single candle in the NASDAQ for the first 30 minutes, except for one, it has been green. This is setting up for, I don't know, Linda Rashke would say this is setting up for a possible trend day. Anything could happen.
Well, if we get the trend, I'm here for it. But yeah, that's why I don't have a short in my pocket up here because I don't want to stand in front of that much power. If you've got a market that's that powerful, the market's a lot bigger than me. I'm very aware of that. So I don't want to be getting run over up here. So that's why it can be really hard, like waiting for that. But we talk a lot about bias, and I think there's a lot of nuance. We can get kind of misinterpreted a little bit. So if you're coming to the market with a bias, you can have a bias. And so if your bias is ES is going to 6,400 today, period, the end. If anything else happens, that doesn't matter because ES is going to 6,400 today. That's kind of an unhealthy bias. But a healthy bias would be something like the market is bullish until something changes. And so in that framework, if my bias is bullish, then I can kind of look for shorts and things like that. But what we don't want to get attached to is how the market's going to actually behave. We don't want to get attached to it's definitely going to come up to this level, then reject back down to this level, then move back higher, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We can identify key areas in the market where things are most likely to happen and then deploy an entry strategy if it's appropriate, but we don't know what's going to happen. We're just putting it into the context of what we have, and that's where we can get reliable setup. So I guess that's kind of what you have to keep in mind when you're doing this sort of thing, is the healthy bias as opposed to an unhealthy bias. Because I get criticized that a lot. Like, oh, you can't have a bias. That's bad trading. It's like, well, if my bias is we're going to do the X, Y, and Z, then that's bad. But if my bias is the market's bullish and I should be looking for more bullish trades, then that's different.
Okay. And it's okay if we missed a good trade, right? Like, we just sit on our hands.
I see a lot. I see the market do things that I kind of thought it was going to do a lot, but it doesn't give me an entry. And I think you just have to start to learn to be okay with that. And it comes with practice. But I can be bullish on the market and say, I think the market's going to go higher, and completely miss out on executing a trade on it because I don't get an entry that's reliable for me. And this is what Nick was talking about earlier too. It's when you're going to mess with the market, you need a way to mess with it. That's your entry, your stop, and your take profit. And if you don't have those things, then you don't push the button. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes the market will do what we kind of thought it was going to do, but not how we thought it was going to do it. And that's that bias you kind of have to get it detached from a little bit too. But sometimes we really don't get the entry that makes sense, that gives us those statistics, because we have what the market could potentially do if it's going to move higher or move lower and that sort of thing. But we have to have a way to engage with the market that's tested and proven so that we have confidence and stops and targets that we know are less likely to get hit. And that's what, I mean, if you're with ICT, they call it the trading model. That's how you can tell somebody's an ICT trader, is they say they have a trading model instead of a strategy or a plan or anything like that. But no matter what you call it, you have whatever you deploy that tells you where your entry and your exits are. And without that, even if the market does what you kind of wanted it to do, you don't have a trade, and that's okay.
It's okay. Yes, okay. I am sitting on my hands. Who else is sitting on their hands? Or are you in a long?
We all want to be in the longs this morning. I know. Like, that happens to
know.
me too. When I miss out on it, it's like, but that is the best time. You can't FOMO into something that's already happened, because we can't go back in time.
We can't.
But we can wait for the next setup.
Yes.
And we have times today. So the way that my kind of day works being here with y'all is I'm looking for that morning trade with y'all. And then during Ash's segment, we get the London close. And that's always another time where I'm looking for either a change or a continuation. So I have times a day kind of based on what's going on with the markets when I can pay more attention. And that kind of works for me to kind of set up some sort of groove, because we don't know what's coming. We don't know if it's going to be a big trading day or a no trading day until it actually happens. So having some sort of rhythm to when I'm coming to the market really helps, where I know that there's going to be another opportunity. I can come back in the morning session tomorrow. I can come back in the London close. I can come back in Globex open, whatever that time is. I know there's reliable times when I'm more likely to have that trade set up where I can actually enter. And it's okay if we miss some.
Yeah, this is so helpful, because I think just knowing that and telling yourself that a lot, it's like,
always
okay,
another opportunity.
Yeah, so there's no FOMO. It's like, oh, no big deal, because around London close, there could be another opportunity. Rocky Mountain Traders says he is sitting. Philippe is sitting. Neil is trying to get me to short with him. No way, not yet. Voltron already made money this morning. Congratulations.
So I see a question. What is it? You are Turo? I tried to say that smoothly. That didn't work. So we have the DXY and 10-year yield dropping. Would that play a role in NASDAQ running up? Yes, I don't have the 10-year up right now. I have been watching the dollar move down. Right now the VIX has had a stronger reverse correlation with the indexes, but the dollar historically does too. So the dollar moves down, the stock market will move up. And just very general, that's because in the global markets, the lower the dollar is, the cheaper and easier it is for other countries and all the global the world to do business with American companies because their currency is a little bit stronger relative to the dollar. So that's why in general the stock market will go up as the dollar moves down. And then similarly, if the bonds are moving lower or higher, that should be a reverse correlation to the market as well. Because if you have the problem of having millions of dollars sitting somewhere and you want them to be at work for you and earning something, you want them to get the highest yield possible. And if the stock market's not looking so good, you want to go put it somewhere else, and bonds are pretty reliable. So that's why when the indexes move down, the bonds will move up and vice versa. So that is something to kind of watch. I try to pay attention to the larger trends, just like anything else, like what's happening on the daily and what's happening on the hourly. And I'm not going to put all my bets on DXY is moving down on the 15, but I am watching it. So I think that's the kind of thing that's helping the market continue to push, even though a lot of us are rooting for that bull market retracement, the pullback. Where pullback?
There hasn't been a good one besides that tariff one. That was a really good one.
That was a really good one, but I mean,
that was
a
it.
normal healthy retracement would be great right now too. We haven't had a lot of that. We've had some. I could show you kind of what I'm talking about here a little bit. It's just like when we get these moves down, we got consolidation, we got a candle down. Look what happens every single time the market moves low enough, we get bought back up really quickly. Moves low, we get bought back. Moves down, we get bought back. So this is the kind of move I'm looking for, and we haven't had that. We almost got it last week, but we haven't really had a big down move since. I mean, it's been almost a month. So, is it time?
Maybe next week, maybe this week. Anything can happen. Could be, yeah. I don't know. These earnings this week with tech reporting should be a really good catalyst. See what happens.
Yeah, those of you, if you do search ICT, just don't get sucked in. Just take it at face value. Do not get sucked in. He's not Enigma. I'm Enigma. Okay, remember that? No.
Uh-oh.
That is the problem. So there are some. It's not just YouTubers. It's just in general, and it's not just on trading. If you've got somebody that's saying only my strategy will work and it'll only work if you don't pay attention to anybody else because they're all stupid, that's kind of a red flag. Just FYI. So
yeah, you can make money from the markets in many different strategies. It seems like every trader we've had on here, there's not two traders that trade exactly the same. So it's quite impressive. There's no one way of doing it right.
That's why my approach on my channel and in my Discord and everything is always to help people kind of find their own way, because that was the secret sauce for me. It was picking up, volume profile and market profile and support and resistance and VWAP and all that stuff, and learning about it and getting used to how it behaves or how the candles behave and all that sort of thing. And, I use other people's strategies, but in the end, it was about making it my own and that's where you find confidence in the market, is when you have your own spots and your own system and your own little trades. And that is the ultimate goal. I know you can't start there. You have to learn all this stuff, and this development takes years, unfortunately. But that is kind of, in my opinion, the ultimate goal is to be able to see this yourself and not have to rely on anybody else's thought process to get there.
Mm-hmm. Takes years. We just have to be patient and keep learning from our mistakes and learning new things. And watch our show, of course, because this is where you'll learn a lot from Bull Barbie, from Nick, from all our traders that we have on the show the rest of the day, and also our guest traders too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it when they come on and have something that's similar to what I trade. So if I have VWAP on my chart, but it might be somebody has a different way that they use VWAP, and then I can kind of incorporate that if I like it and kind of play with that. But that was always my goal, is to kind of learn how to do this to myself and be self-sufficient, so I can take other people's ideas and kind of play with them. But when I am actually placing a trade, it's always my trade, and that is, everyone wants to know, how do you hold your trades longer? How do you enter more trades? And it's always making it your own, because that's, if you're trying to figure out, well, would John take this trade? I don't know. I mean, it kind of looks like something, I don't know, but if would I take this trade? Yes, I'll take this trade. So it's just way easier. You don't have all that doubt. I don't know about y'all. Who has had where that paralysis, where you have that setup and then you sit there, it's like, well, but I don't like the way DXY is moving, and well, but the Russell's coming down, even though I'm trying to look at ES, I'm going to pay attention to the Russell right now. And I can always talk myself out of a trade. And when it's my trade and I have these 4 or 5 rules that I'm looking for to make it A+, B+, C, whatever it is, that makes it so much easier than trying to interpret it through someone else's vision.
Mm-hmm. And it's what you can live with, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not what someone else can live with. For example, some people are really good at scalping because they can live with that, with a high win rate and small, right, scalps. They trade more often. And then other people, maybe it's a 50% win rate and they can live with that. So
And I think a lot of people kind of blend it too, because the market doesn't give you the same conditions every day. So if you have some scalping skills and some longer day trading skills and some swing trading skills, then you always have something to do every day. And you don't want to come to the market trying to do all that at once. You want to get really, really great at whatever's speaking to you right now. So maybe you're focusing on scalping. Become an awesome scalper. And then move to a higher time frame and see if you can deploy those same strategies over a longer time frame and hold them longer. Here we go. Let's go.
Woo. Just pushed higher. Made a new high for the day. NASDAQ went to 419.
We got well, depending on my charts, this one says 369 for ES. Ninja's showing me 70, but I'm on MES on that one. So MES might have ticked a little bit higher.
It is pumping.
Trying to catch up on chat a little bit too.
Yeah, chat, drop your questions if you have questions for us.
Y'all are just making me laugh a little bit right now. I know that y'all have been there where you sit there and you're like, that looks like an entry right there, but I know I'm not the only one that went through that phase. That was a hard one.
Ugh.
I was always trying to find some magic sauce to do my confirmation. Like, okay, well, if I've got all of this and this one magical indicator, but there's no secret magical anything.
I wish.
You just have to be Enigma. I'm telling you, every single one of you just needs to find your inner Enigma.
Inner Enigma. Trades with Jess. Jessie just asked, you ladies take guests on your show? And you were on Top Step TV quite a few times. Yes, we do take guests. We love having guests here. Let me get you the email.
There was a form. I bet our mods can find this. There's a form and an email. So definitely get in touch. Mangus, you got that, right?
Magnus. Oh, Magnus says, if you sit and stare at their chart too long, eventually you'll see something. If you don't see it immediately, there's probably nothing good. I like that. Like, just wait until the charts literally are like, you got to get in this trade right now, versus like, is there something happening there?
Denny, I do not trade micros on every account because my accounts are different sizes, so I can take different size trades in different accounts. So for ease, because I use a trade copier, I can switch it from micros to minis really quickly. So I kind of have that set up, and it changes depending on how well my accounts are doing and withdrawals and that sort of thing. But it is kind of a problem too. I try to keep the charts on the left side of my screen on the minis and the ones on the right in micros, because I have screwed that up, and I have entered, not even in a prop account, but on my own personal funded futures account, This was actually one of my first streams, one of my early streams, like a year and a half ago when I first started streaming. I thought I was entering 12 micros, and I entered 12 minis. And like a prop account would have said, nope, stop it. You can't do that. But no, I was in my my funded account. So that order went through and I was like, oh, how did that make $125 real quick? And I was like, oh shit, close. So that can be a problem. Be careful about that.
Ouch. Yeah, and if you do make an execution error, would you recommend just like getting
you get out
flat right
immediately,
away?
because I showed that to y'all on stream one time, and I looked like a complete idiot because y'all were like, Barbie, you're in the wrong thing. But like chat tells me I do things wrong all day. So I'm like, yeah, okay. But then I went and looked, I was like, nope, I did the wrong thing. And so y'all saw me live. Just what do we do when we make a mistake? We kill it.
Just kill it.
Bail. Hopefully you bail on the right side of it. But I've had on the other side where I made a mistake and is like, well, we'll just see. And I didn't bail. And then I lost $500 instead of $100, so overall, it should work out best if you just immediately bail and then either, correct the mistake or wait for the next one if that entry's gone.
Yeah. So if anyone's interested in being on the show with us, trading with us, you can email media@myfunded.tv and let us know if you're interested. We love having fun guests on, different traders in different phases of your journey also. It's so fun to see how traders do things differently.
That's part of the beauty of this segment of the show, this early segment, is you get the other traders later in the day, but when we're opening up the show, we've got 3 different perspectives in 3 different points of their trading journey, kind of doing 3 different things. So
yeah,
it's a real treat for y'all.
It is. Best treat in town, Barbie.
Obviously, that's why we're the best.
We are the best. So make sure you use code YouTube, you guys, to help support the channel, support all the traders on our show. It is 50% off any account once you use that once, and then it's 15% off starter plus accounts and also expert accounts. And yeah, Voltron says best prop firm! Exclamation mark. Yes.
Yeah, if y'all missed, we did do a giveaway earlier, but that doesn't mean that you missed it because we're gonna go soon. But then we have Ash and Tom and Matt, so we've got you. And then tomorrow we might have some very top secret special guests.
Yeah, top secret. I'm not allowed to say. Although I think it was leaked on X. So, you guys, regarding the giveaways, you never know. We never know when it might happen. So just because one already happened, it could happen again. Or once we hit the bounty, it can happen within the next minute or two, or it could happen in 20 minutes. So it is a nice reward to reward our loyal viewers and listeners, because sometimes some people will just come onto the show and just watch when they think a giveaway is about to happen. So everyone, over 600 of you guys listening and watching now, you rock, and we absolutely love all of you, and we're so thankful for you. MyFundedFutures loves you too, and that's why they do these giveaways. So you never know when. Dun, dun, dun.
Ready to look at the screen? Is it time to look at the screen? I just
It's
never
time.
know.
It's time. Barbie, it's time. 50 free resets. Use code TYLadies50.
You never know.
You never know. Let's go. Let us know if you got one.
All right, where are y'all? Where are y'all? Let me see. JC got one. Oh no. Yeah, PD, I can't do these games either because I get one letter off. Kay got it. Let's
Craig
go.
got one. Let's
Gary.
go. Elju got one.
Scoot, keep trying. We'll get you one of these days.
That was fun. I love the music. Love it. So Barbie, thoughts before we head out? Thoughts on the market, kind of what you're looking at, what you're thinking of doing today?
Well, I mean, if we'd gotten a little bit lower, I probably would have gotten in a more, something I could hold longer. But we literally just got the orb trade. I still have the Nasdaq one working. The ES one has taken profit, so I'm just gonna keep watching this. So I'll see if we get some sort of retracement, especially with London close. But I don't really like buying all-time highs, and I don't like selling all-time highs. So I've got to wait for something. But give it to me, market. Give me something good.
Barbie is going to stay in these longs and wait for something really good. Thank you so much, chat. You guys are amazing.
I gotta fix this bot so those things are on the right side too. That's distracting me right now. That'll be fixed for tomorrow.
What do you have to fix, Barbie?
I call it the "don't be a dick for a tick" offset.
Yeah.
I did a plus instead of a subtract. That's what happened here. I just looked at the code. So it's supposed to be this level minus the offset, and I did it plus. So
tomorrow.
These are the things with algos and bots. Is there's always some little. Y'all were saying you didn't get the reset because you forgot the T. Here's my dumminess. I did a plus instead of a minus.
Oops. We have Magnus. Special shout out to Magnus. Thank you so much. You're helping us a ton. Special shout out to Abhishek too for helping us too. Hey, Ash.
Denny's doing a great job.
Yes, Denny, our new mod in MyFundedFutures chat. Thank you, Denny. You're amazing. Hey, Ash.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
We're pumped up, just like the market.
What an open there, huh?
Yeah, amazing. And Barbie's in a green trade right now, and things are good.
Very nice. That must have been the long one, huh?
Yeah. Hopefully the market has left you something to do on your stream too.
The bulls are in control. They're pumping it higher, so love to see it.
So tomorrow, quick before we head out, make sure you join our morning show tomorrow. Exciting news.
We're charging up Luke.
Yeah. Surprise. It's a surprise.
Not anymore. No, apparently it was out anyway. It was a surprise in my brain, but not in the world.
All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Have a good show, Ash.
Have a nice day. Hey, good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. How's everybody doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to another live stream. How's everybody doing today? Very excited to get back on here with you all. Another day, another opportunity to continue getting more conviction in our business. Going to take a moment to say good morning to the community. Welcome everybody into the stream, and then we'll get into some information here. So, good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Good morning, Raphael. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, Keith. Good morning, Zach. Hugo, what's up? Abhishek, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. John, good morning. How's everybody doing today? How'd everybody's weekend go? Had a nice little weekend? Good time to reset, recharge, get ready for another week of work? And what an open to the week. The bulls are remaining in control. I absolutely love to see it. The long-term bags are highly appreciating. I appreciate the long-term bags. So, what a beautiful move. We'll talk about that here in a second. Just wanted to say good morning to everybody and see how everybody's doing. Good morning, David. Good morning, Raid. Good morning, Samuel. Roman Arts, what's up, man? How are you doing today? If anybody hasn't seen some of Roman Arts' AI photos, you're going to have to check it out. He's done some phenomenal stuff since we've been here on stream. No Luck, Pure Skill, good morning. Content Hunter, how are you doing today? Carson, good morning. Hope your day is going well. So, chat, how are we starting off this week? Are we starting off green or red? Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green to start the week. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red to start the week. And throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade this week. Hey, good morning, Magnus. Hope your day's going well. I'm going to go over my top-down analysis here in a moment. Alrighty, and a bunch of 1s to start the week. So did everybody catch the longs? Is that how you got green so far? Throw it in chat if you're bullish or bearish. Did you catch the longs today? What a move there at the open. What a move. The bulls are remaining in control. Love to see it. Well, I'm going to take some time going through the assets we've been covering, do a top-down analysis. This way we can prepare ourselves for the week. We can go through the assets we've been watching, do a weekly outlook. That way we can prepare ourselves, get ourselves a game plan to move forward for the week. That way we know how to operate moving forward in all-time highs. So we'll start here with indices. Okay, we'll go over ES and NQ. We could also take a look at Dixie, oil. I know a lot of people love to cover gold or maybe even EU. Let's get some weekly outlooks done. That way we can create a game plan so that we know what to execute throughout the week. Starting with the economic calendar, let's hop over to Forex Factory. Take a look. That way we know when the red folders are occurring this week. Because you can see here, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we have no red folders. All right? I'm most concerned with the red folders. As you can see here, when I filter through my news, I'm not looking at orange or yellow folders. Okay, so yes, there is orange and yellow folders that occur throughout the week. We do definitely want to know about Fed Chair Powell speaking. So seeing that he will be talking tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., that's definitely going to be an important time. Okay. Let's take a look at the economic calendar and make sure we're ready. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, definitely an important time. After that, 8:30 a.m. on Thursday is the next thing I'm looking at in terms of the economic calendar. Unemployment claims will be our first red folder of the week. I'm most concerned with red folders, so I'm going to start the week patient and selective, seeing that our first red folder is there on Thursday. Another one to consider here is inventories on oil. Everybody should know that inventories happens every Wednesday for oil. This is very important in terms of news for CL, okay? That will be the high impact driver for oil each week. You got to be aware of 10:30 a.m. on Wednesdays for oil. Okay. Now that we understand our important times of the week, now that we know when the red folders are going to occur this week, that's when we can hop over to our assets and we can now place the daily charts with the economic calendar. Okay. Let's get a bias. Let's start to develop a game plan. Look at a weekly forecast for moving forward. All right, starting here with ES. The bulls remain in control. It's very clear that the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. I've said that many times here. I'll continue to keep saying it because we continue to keep pushing new all-time highs. I'm not sure about the people that are trying to get bearish here. In my opinion, I need the information to state it's time to be bearish instead of just executing an idea. So what I'm trying to say when I say that is the trend is clearly making higher highs and making higher lows. We're still making higher highs and higher lows, okay? Until it breaks that trend, I'm not willing to become bearish. It's as simple as saying that. We don't need to go into 100 different concepts to realize that. We have been very bullish ever since April. Until there is something that is blaringly bearish, something that sticks out that you cannot miss, I'm not willing to become bearish. I'll continue to remain bullish until the information states otherwise. Okay. Same thing here on NQ. NQ and ES are correlated pairs, so they should be moving the same at the same time. Once again, NQ's also crushing new all-time highs. Okay, so in my opinion, you do not need to be the first bear. You do not need to try to attempt to pick the top. In my opinion, the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So stick with the longs until price action clearly states otherwise. That's what I have to say about NQ and ES. Lovely move this morning. We'll go into the lower time frames after we've developed a game plan for the rest of the assets as well. I do want to cover oil, Dixie, and EU. Okay, so we're just moving forward with a weekly game plan. We're doing a weekly forecast. And so far for NQ and ES, we're going to remain bullish. Okay, something that would change my opinion would be, right? So everybody knows I use swing highs, swing lows, and fair value gaps on the daily time frame to develop my bias. Here's a bullish fair value gap. If price were to invalidate this bullish fair value gap, right, by closing a candle below it, that would be something that looks bearish. But that's not what's happening, and that's why I keep saying trend is your friend until the end of the trend. We continue to keep displacing higher. We continue to keep making bullish moves higher. We displaced higher once again, so seeing another new all-time high this morning, in my opinion, makes complete sense. The bulls are in control. Nothing is stating otherwise. I'm going to remain objective to price action, and until price says otherwise, I'm going to remain with the trend. So higher prices on NQ and ES. Very good job by both of them making new all-time highs this morning. Let's move over to oil now. Oil, I don't have much of an opinion on. Okay. Oil is a good example of a market that you'd want to stay on the sidelines. Okay. This indecisive consolidation here is not clear at all. Okay. Unless you're referencing a consolidation, that's the only type of trend that this is showing. It's showing that it's stuck inside this range, and it has been since, what is this, June 24th. Okay, so I have no direction for oil. This is a great example of being more patient and selective than normal. When you cannot clearly define a game plan, when you cannot clearly define a direction or what type of trade you want to trade, then simply stay on the sidelines. Be patient and wait until you can clearly identify information. That's how I feel about oil. So NQ and ES, I can sit here and say I'm going to remain bullish because it's clear information, versus oil where it's consolidation. It's not clear if we want to go up or down here because we've just been going sideways for some time. It clearly hasn't made up its decision in terms of direction. Okay, so no bias here on oil. The way that I would approach this type of situation is demanding more information. I'm not going to develop a bias here. I'm going to demand more information from oil to give me a clear direction. So remain patient, demand more information. Once you can get information, you can identify, then develop a bias on oil. Just want to point to one other thing. This is a concept that we've been talking about, right? Price delivery. And let's see if chat knows what I'm talking about here. throw the answer in chat. After expansion, what are we to expect? Right? Thinking about the different phases of price delivery, whether it's expansion higher or expansion lower, what are we to expect after expansion? Amazing job, chat. Amazing. It's Monday morning and everybody's already ready to go. I can't even sneak one question past you guys. Very good job. After expansion comes consolidation or retracement. So this is the logic that we've been going over, and you can clearly see it here, right? Huge expansion lower here. This would be the expansion phase. After the expansion comes consolidation. It's very clear that we're still in consolidation, and because of that, I'm not going to have a bias here on oil. Okay, so I just wanted to point out some logic as well as we were reviewing it, because this is something that we've talked about quite a few times. All right, so demand more information here on oil. Let's move over to Dixie. Okay, the dollar. This one here is pretty clear to me. Okay, once again, when I'm developing a bias, I'm going to the daily time frame and I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Okay, so here's a bearish FVG. Price moved into this location and now it's finding resistance. Okay, since it's getting rejected from this area, I'm looking for lower prices. Okay, where would it look to move to? Price is only ever doing two things. It's either rebalancing an imbalance or reaching for a level of liquidity. Okay, imbalances mean FVGs. Levels of liquidity are swing highs and swing lows. So since it just rebalanced in FVG, now it's going to reach for a level of liquidity. So I'm bearish on Dixie. I'm looking for Dixie to move to the swing lows that I've outlined here. Oh, let me put those back on. I was trying to get rid of the circle. Give me 2 seconds here. Okay, so this is what I'm moving forward with on Dixie, which in turn correlates to NQ and ES, right? Dixie is inversely correlated. It should be moving the opposite direction of indices, right? Indices are going higher, so Dixie should go lower. That inverse correlation between the two assets is currently happening. It's playing out. Okay, so I'm looking for the swing lows as the targets on Dixie, and we can move over to Euro as well. Cover our last asset here. Euro is also inversely correlated to Dixie. So Euro should be moving the opposite direction as Dixie. It's the same exact information, just the opposite here. Once again, I'm on the daily chart looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. And what I can point to here is that price found some support from this imbalance, and it's trying to reach higher to the swing high. Okay, so I'm looking for higher prices on Euro. It looks like we've found support from the FVG, and we're trying to bounce to the swing high. All right, so any questions? Any comments? Does anybody need any clarification on any of that information? You've just received a weekly outlook for the assets that we have here on our watch list. If there's any other assets that you want me to take a look at, you could also throw that in chat and we can go over those as well. But so far we have bullish for NQ and ES, no bias for oil, bearish for Dixie, and bullish for Euro. Do you see how I'm developing a game plan? I'm creating a process that I could follow moving forward. Now I know what I'm going to go in and look for. So when that thing occurs, I can execute it. That's the purpose to creating a plan. All right. So I see some people pointing to gold as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at gold. And so we can see what we were pointing to the last time we analyzed gold, right? A bullish FEG, right? Price being located at a bullish FEG, it found some support and it reached higher. Very good job by gold. Now that it's above the swing highs, I would need to see more information. So the bullish move looks like it's hitting targets currently, right? Because here's the bullish move here. It's from the area of support, right? It bounced from this location here and targeted the highs. So now we're in the position of needing more information on gold. Are we going to get rejected from the highs? Or are we going to create another imbalance, right? Do we see an FEG get formed here that we could use for support for higher prices? Okay, so in terms of gold, I'd be looking for additional information. And the information that I'd be looking for is if we create a bullish imbalance here. I need to see whether an FEG gets formed here, because that's going to tell me whether we want to look for continuation or not. If this FEG gets formed, then I would look for this here. Right? So an FEG, an imbalance, is a 3-candle pattern. So that means we're going to have to wait for tomorrow's candle. Right? What happens here? Do we leave this imbalance open? If we do, then I'll look for a continuation higher. So after tomorrow's daily candle closure, we'll get information on whether the bullish move here wants to continue or not. That's how I would move forward on gold. Okay, so any questions about any of the weekly outlook? Feel free to throw it in chat. I'll give you a minute to respond, and then we'll also go into New York Open and what occurred this morning. We'll look at the position that me and my communities had this morning. Very simple. There is no information overload there. Notice how I'm just simply looking at FEGs and swing highs and swing lows. You truly don't need hundreds of different concepts. I highly suggest you don't fall into information overload. The moment you use hundreds of different concepts, that's where you're going to fall into information overload. All right, so feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat regarding those weekly outlooks. Take a moment to go over those questions, and then we'll go into today's action as well. What a beautiful move here this morning. While you're at it, if you're finding any value from the stream, from the community, from all the giveaways, from all the hosts, from all the guests, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel. That way you could also communicate with us here in chat. Sub to the channel so that you can communicate with us here in chat. And let's take a look. Let's see if there's any questions from chat on the analysis, and then we'll get into New York Open. MFFU news tomorrow, right? That is correct, Mr. Cage. There's a huge announcement tomorrow, so definitely show up to tomorrow's stream. We have some news coming up. Ash, favorite seafood? Salmon. I could eat salmon like a steak. Highly enjoy some salmon. Lots of omega-3. That is correct. Salmon is very good for you. So, chat, also, you know I like to do some surprises. You know I like to do some scheduled. You know we do the the form. We do the wheel. We like to change it up every single time for the codes. The last couple times we did surprises, so this time I'm going to schedule it. So I'll give you an advanced warning. 11 a.m. we'll do another code. So get prepared. You got another 7 minutes or so. Make sure you're ready for the upcoming code. Sometimes we'll do them scheduled. Sometimes we'll do surprises. The whole 9. In another 7 minutes, 11 a.m., get ready for another code. Do us a favor. Share this with your friends. Again, like the video. That way everybody gets a chance at getting one of the codes. So hopping over to chat. There we go. Smashing the over on the piano comments. Love to see it. There will always be a piano comment each day of the week. Ash, are you doing this every single Sunday? I'm guessing you're referring to the weekly outlooks. Yes, we prepare ourselves heading into the week every single week. We look at the economic calendar. We take a look at our bias and the higher time frames. We create a game plan so that come Monday morning, we know what we're looking for. Yes, throughout both of my communities, we are doing weekly outlooks so that we are prepared for the week. Ash, say what the news is. We won't listen. No, we're going to leave it for tomorrow. You're going to have to show up tomorrow for the news. We got some exciting news for you all. So once again, if anybody else is just joining the stream, we got a code coming up at 11 a.m. So in another minute, get prepared. All right, and as we're waiting for the code, let's go into New York Open as well. All right. You already saw my bias there while we were doing the weekly outlooks. So knowing that we're bullish on both ES and NQ, what would be the next step in terms of our process to engaging with that idea? Once we develop a bias, that's when we look for higher time frame points of interest to search for entry positions aligned with that bias. If you're bullish on the day, in my opinion, I look for longs below old lows or inside of bullish fair value gaps. You can see here at New York Open, NQ did a good job taking out this hourly swing low. This would be an area to look for long positions. But what would be the thing that price uses to tip its hand to show that we should actually engage with that idea? Right? You get a higher time frame level to execute from. When price is at that higher time frame level, what are we looking for to confirm that idea? Throw it in chat. If you know the answer, throw it in chat. Very good job, everyone. Very good job. A crack in correlation. So if you're bullish, it would make sense to look for longs below swing lows and inside of bullish FVGs. And when price is at that location, if price provides a crack in correlation, that's when we know it's time to engage with that idea. So take a look at the, what is this? The 11 p.m. candle. You can see that that's a swing low that NQ swept. If you hop over to ES, go to the same time, 11 p.m. Notice how ES did not sweep that low. Bullish SMT. There's your crack in correlation, right? So you have a bullish bias, you have a higher time frame level to execute from, then you get a bullish SMT showing you to engage with that idea. Last thing we need is an entry function to get into this position. So if you go down to the 5-minute time frame, if you were to look for a unicorn during New York Open, it's very clear here that you get a breaker block plus an FVG right here at New York Open. So you get all the institutional swing points here: swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Okay, so these candles here would be your bullish breaker, and seeing an FVG aligned with it makes this the unicorn model, right? Breaker block plus FVG equals unicorn. So now you have a bullish bias. Now you're executing from a higher time frame level. Then you get a Kraken correlation to confirm that idea. And then you get an entry function aligned with that. Do you see how using these concepts, there's a cause and effect relation to our decision making? There's reasons how or why we do things. So in my opinion, longing here at New York Open makes complete sense. All right, so looking at longs like this makes complete sense. We'll continue this analysis here in a minute, but just to let everybody know, once again, in 1 more minute, or it looks like 20 seconds actually, we are doing a giveaway code. So get ready. Today's giveaway code during my segment is scheduled. We change it up all the time. So let's see what today's code is going to be. See what we got, chat.
It's giveaway time. The buzz is real.
Giveaway time. 50 free resets using code ENGAGING50. Who's gonna get one? Let's see. 50 free resets using code ENGAGING50. Let's see who got one. Once again, code is ENGAGING50. Who got it? Throw a W in chat if you got the code. Who got one? Throw some W's in chat if you were able to get the code. Who was able to get one? Let's see. Let's see. Nathan got one. Very good job. Looks like Gabriel got one. Very good job. Larry got one. There we go. Nima got one. There we go. W Trade got one. Congratulations to all the winners. Love to see that we can continue to keep providing value every single week. Let's also throw a W in chat for MyFundedFutures. The amount of giveaways that they do every single week is insane. The amount of value that's being provided through the giveaways, through the expert hosts, through the guests that we have on here, through all the education, the entire community is providing so much value every single week. Let's throw a W in chat for MyFundedFutures. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely amazing getting to add value every single chance we can. It's greatly appreciated. So once again, if you're finding any value from this community, if talking about trades, if going over different accounts, if getting giveaways, if seeing new guests, if any of that is providing value for you, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. Congratulations to all the winners. We will continue to keep adding value every single chance we can. So I'll head back over to the information now that we got the giveaway done. We left off with the entry function. Just a quick recap. We were bullish from the daily. Then when we moved to the hourly time frame to find a higher time frame level, we found an hourly swing low. And at that hourly swing low, we found bullish SMT. Quick little tip on SMT. Let's take a look. Since we were dealing with bullish SMT this morning, let's take this arrow off here. We're reviewing SMT here because this is what occurred this morning. NQ took out the swing low. Okay, the swing low here on the hourly time frame, NQ swept it. On ES, it did not sweep it. So chat, let's see who could get it correct. Which one is the stronger pair here? Throw it in chat. Which asset is the stronger pair here? NQ or ES? And why? Why is ES the stronger pair? I really can't get anything by anybody this morning. Very good job, everyone. Very good job. I can't get anything by you all. Why is ES the stronger pair, though? Because it didn't take out the low. Very good job. Can't get anything past you all this morning. SMT is when two correlated pairs do something different at the same time. So seeing that NQ took out the low while ES did not take out the low, that's bullish SMT. And because ES did not take out the low, ES is the stronger pair. So do you see why I'm sitting here analyzing the entry function on ES compared to NQ? Now, luckily in this situation, both positions would have worked out the same exact way, but it's the logic that matters. You want to be longing the stronger pair. You want to be shorting the weaker pair. So trading the long on ES here, in my opinion, makes sense. Okay, so they both had the same exact position. So fortunately enough, they both had the same exact results. So we didn't have to rely on the stronger pair today. But that also gives insight as well. It looks like the move was so clean because both of the assets were moving the same at the same time. So even though we got that cracking correlation to show we should start engaging with the market, seeing both markets move in the same direction at the same time made it look like there was more momentum. Now, NQ is always going to exaggerate the move a little bit more. It's a little more volatile than ES, so you have to position size accordingly. But the logic still remains the same. Seeing both of the assets move in the same direction at the same time makes it look like there's more momentum in the market. So, to round the conversation out, is that how do you engage with that idea now, right? I have an entry function, so I use breaker blocks plus FVGs, and you have one here. That's what we're pointing to. Now it's a matter of if you're going to limit order in or market order in, okay? Because you can clearly see after the entry function was created, we never revisited the entry function, right? Price never came back to this gray box to tap it, to provide a long opportunity before going to 2R. So I'm pointing this out because if you're the individual sitting there with a limit order right here at the beginning of the breaker, then you wouldn't have been entered into this position because there was no retest to the breaker block. What I'm trying to say is the individuals that got to market order in, those are the individuals that got paid this morning. Right? So there is no right or wrong. Hear me clearly. Whether you want a market order or limit order, it's a personal preference. Okay? So when you see your entry model, it is a personal preference of after you get that confirmation, do you want a market order or do you want a limit order? And in my opinion, you should have collected enough data to show which one you're better at. Because then I would just move forward with what I'm better at executing with. Okay, there is no right or wrong. It's a personal preference. And when making that decision, make sure it's based on your own data. Hear me clearly. There's no reason to follow anybody else. Okay? you will always be the only person clicking the button for yourself. Okay? So you need to collect your own data and objectively analyze that. Nonetheless, amazing long opportunity this morning. The bulls instantly got paid. This thing immediately runs to new all-time highs. Once again, proving that trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So sorry to all the bears. We're still making new all-time highs. I'm just not willing to be bearish. Another beautiful long opportunity this morning. And love to see that by 10 o'clock, we're all done for the day. Now it's a matter of what you do after the position, right? You can go through this entire game plan and then ruin your account because of the way you act in between positions, right? So what you do after the position is really going to determine your progress in this business. Are you going to be the individuals that continue to keep trading? You oversize, you overtrade because now you think, okay, I had a win this morning, so now I have a cushion to keep, reaching for more. Or are you going to be the individual that says, I've completed my objective for the morning, I'm done for the day, I'd rather protect the profits that I made and live to see another day? Ask yourself. Or minimally, again, look at your data. If your data shows that every time you overtrade, you ruin your account, it's very clear that you need to stop overtrading. If taking more trades is not leading you to the result that you're wishing, stop doing it. Very simple. Okay? So, beautiful job this morning by the bulls. At this moment in time, this is where I would say that the objective to today has been completed. Both NQ and ES went and made new all-time highs. Okay? So in terms of a target for today, that's been completed for the bulls. The bulls' target has been completed. So if you caught that long, be done for the day. Go work on health. Go work on other businesses. Delayed gratification is something we're going to have to deal with as traders every single week. Patience is truly a virtue. If you can have patience, you will live to see another day. You will be here for that next opportunity. There will always be another opportunity. So you never have to rush to the finish line. Okay, so that's my information for today. I'm very happy to get another week, get another opportunity to continue working and learning. We're going to keep showing up every single week, looking to get 1% better than our prior selves. For anybody that wants to continue to keep working and learning with me, I'll be here on live stream. Once again, I've been doing the 10:30 to 11:30 segment here on the MyFunded TV. If you're finding value from it, let's continue to keep showing up. Let's continue to keep working each week. All right, so we got another, 19 minutes, 18 minutes before Tom's segment comes up. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Tom and Matt, some very valuable individuals. The amount of information they share every single week is incredible. So definitely stick around for their segment. But for the last 18 minutes of my segment, let's do some questions and answers. It could be about anything to do with trading. Feel free to throw any questions and answers in chat. I'm going to take a quick sip of Gatorade, and then we'll go over some questions and answers. And let's take a look. Thank you for your patience. How about we'll start with that? What color Gatorade are you going for, chat? Let's see what kind of chat we have. What color Gatorade are you picking if you're going to get a Gatorade right now? Light blue, as you can see for me. Light blue. Yellow's pretty good there too. I do agree with that one. I definitely don't know about red or green though. Definitely don't know about that one. Coffee. All right, the individual that put coffee in there, you were the actual correct one. We need some black coffee with a little bit of honey in it. That's the overall answer. Ooh, the white glacier is also pretty good too. All right, so like I said, for the last 15 minutes of my segment, let's do some questions and answers. You got my top-down analysis. You got my weekly forecast. Got the information from our position today. Beautiful longs to new all-time highs once again. Congratulations to all the bulls. Now that we've reached those new all-time highs, the bulls should go back to being patient and sitting on hands. Above old highs is not where we look for longs. Below old lows is where we look for longs. So since we've achieved our objective today for the bulls, now it's a time for the bulls to be patient again. If we want to look at something to understand how to move forward, right? We've done our weekly forecast. We've done our New York Open analysis. But now we got to keep analyzing. We got to remain objective to the information and understand how to keep moving forward. So with that being said, this is what I would look for next. Okay, to continue to keep forecasting, I would be looking at this imbalance that we created this morning. Okay, in terms of being bullish, once again, I'm going to remain bullish until the daily time frame says otherwise. So remaining bullish, this is what I would look for here. Is the next opportunity I would look for here is a move back into the bullish FVG. When we move into the bullish FVG, create some bullish SMT here to engage with another long idea. Okay, so NQ and ES have the same exact information, so I don't need to analyze NQ here. It's the same exact thing as ES. Once again, look for the bullish FVG to provide support for continuation higher. And when looking for that support, look for the Kraken correlation here. Right? Maybe NQ sweeps the prior hourly candle low, while ES does not sweep the prior hourly candle low. That would be bullish SMT at a bullish FVG. That's something that I would look at for moving forward. This is another bullish game plan to engage with. Same exact concepts, right? Same exact information. A sweep into a bullish fair value gap with a bullish Kraken correlation to look for higher prices. All right, so I'm going to move over to chat now. We'll go over those questions and answers for the rest of the segment. But now you also have a forecast for moving forward. Let's see what chat has for us. Chat, what do you think? How about this? What do you think is going to happen for the rest of the day? Are we going to get lower prices, or are we going to continue to make new high of day? Are we going to continue to see higher prices or lower prices? So throw in chat, bullish or bearish. Are you looking for higher prices for the rest of the day, or are you looking for lower prices for the rest of the session? What do you think, chat? What do you think is going to happen for the rest of the day? Hey, Ash, I have a long on RTY. Should I keep holding? I think you should execute on your own. I think being an independent thinker is the best way forward. I don't think you should ever listen to anybody else's information. You have to become an independent thinker. Nobody's going to execute your position for you. You have to become a risk manager. You have to make those decisions, and you have to live with them. You want to be making those decisions, because when you build that muscle memory to know how to execute in this market, that's a skill that nobody can take away from you. Okay, so in my opinion, signal services are no good for you. You should become an independent thinker, because when you build that muscle memory, Nobody can take that away from you. Let's see. We have some bears in chat. We have some bulls in chat. Looks pretty 50-50 so far. I'm in shorts. Ooh, good luck on those shorts. Exactly, Rocky Mountain Trader. What's the saying? Teach a man how to fish. What's the saying? It's I'm not going to get it correct, but it's something along the lines of teach a man how to fish and they can eat for the rest of their lives. Give a man a fish and they'll be back tomorrow. Something along those lines. We all need to learn how to fish so we can eat for the rest of our lives. Hi, Ash. Can we talk about passive income plans? Yes, we can definitely do that. I only have 10 more minutes left on this segment. So let's do that during a day where we have enough time to talk about it. I don't think I can fit all of the information into 10 minutes. I'm going to need an entire segment for that. So let's do that one of the other days this week. That way we can learn about the other aspects of this business. It doesn't just have to be day trading. In my opinion, diversifying is extremely important. So yes, we can definitely talk about that. We did talk about a couple of passive ideas. Let's take a look at the last thing that we pointed to in terms of passive ideas. MSTY was something in terms of a long-term play that we talked about. We did end up getting a pullback here, so it did get a nice move to start. It's still in the green. This was a dividend idea in terms of passive income. This is something that will provide a dividend, right? So your money works for you. So this is a passive idea here. I'm not going to cover it. Once again, I need an entire segment to talk about that conversation. But that is doing well so far. On the trade you pointed out, the entry function was never completed. That is incorrect. It was, in fact, a confirmed entry function. Okay. When price displaced through the breaker, you had a breaker block plus an FVG. That is what a unicorn is, right? So if you market ordered in anywhere in here, you have a confirmed entry function. Whether it was at 935, 940, you have a confirmed unicorn model here at 935. So yes, this was, in fact, confirmed long here at New York Open. Ash, those work best to set up a drip, correct? That's a personal preference. If you want to do that, again, we're going to need more time than just 9 minutes. There's a lot of information to cover there. I need to provide value. I can't just, get through half the information and then hand the mic over to Tom. We're going to need an entire segment to talk about that. So let's do that later on in the week. We'll have that long-term conversation. So any other questions? Any other information? I have 8 minutes left on my segment. So if you want to go over anything to do with trading, feel free to throw it in chat. We can go over any questions or information. I hope everybody's week is going well. What a great Monday we had. Love to see the bulls remain in control. The long-term portfolio absolutely loves it. Ash, what do you think about NASDAQ now? Like I said, if you were bullish this morning, your objective to being bullish has been completed. So it would be a time to go back to the drawing board and wait to look for another bullish position. I'm not interested in any positions now. The objective to the bulls have been completed today. Now it's a matter of waiting for another opportunity. What are you looking forward for the rest of the day? as I just pointed to on the hourly chart, we had spoke about price tapping into this hourly imbalance to look for continuation higher. So this is what I would look for moving forward. Use a higher time frame level, look for a crack in correlation at this level to look for continuation higher. Okay, so moving forward, I'm remaining bullish. I'm not going to long from the highs. I'm going to long from bullish fair value gaps or swing lows. So since that is how I'm moving forward, I'll wait for now until price moves into the higher time frame gap to look for continuation. Ash, would you suggest trading one account at a time or group trade if you have multiple accounts? If you are in the position to start compounding, right, trade multiple accounts for a larger return, that is a way of making progress in this business. So learn how to trade. Once you prove to yourself that you can trade profitably, that's when you get more accounts. You continue to trade with more accounts so you get larger returns. It depends on where you are in that process. But yes, if you're capable of trading multiple accounts, definitely do that. Progress is made from compounding. You do the same thing a million times over, just with more capital, right? More accounts. Very good question. Yes, compounding is the key. We do the same exact thing, just with more capital. Okay. Once again, stick around for Tom's segment. He's coming up here in 5 minutes. Tom has been doing a great job providing value every single week. Thank you, Ash. Always great value. Thank you as well. I'm very excited to get back on here this week. Let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we can get. Thank you all as well for being here. You guys know how I feel. The chance to get to go over these questions, the repetition, that's what builds the muscle memory. So every time you all ask a question, every time we go over information, that's how we learn. So thank you as well for participating. It's a very valuable experience getting to be around other like-minded professionals. All of us getting to work on our business at the same time gives us so many more perspectives. It gives us so many more learning opportunities. So doing this as a community provides so much more value because we get hundreds of different learning experiences compared to just getting the learning experience of your own. So being in the community is very valuable. I really appreciate all of you being here, all of you participating, getting to go over this information on such a consistent basis really provides a lot of muscle memory. So let's keep working. Let's keep learning. All we have to do is get 1% better than our prior selves. Okay. Never compare to anybody else. We're all on our own journey. Let's continue to keep working together so that we can continue to keep sharing experiences. So thank you as well for being here. Got another 3 minutes here. Any last questions or comments? Any last information you'd like to go over? Thank you as well, Bishek. Very glad to be here. Very glad to continue to keep working and learning. Thank you as well, Magnus. Thank you as well for all of your help. It's greatly appreciated. How long did it take for you to get that discipline? It's been years. Okay. I quite literally have been trading for coming up on a decade. It's been a battle every single year. If there's anything that I could leave you off with here today, that's what I'll leave you with. It's going to be a battle every single week. This is you versus you. You're going to have to win that battle in your mind, in your emotions. You're going to have that emotional intelligence, that mental intelligence every single week. You are the edge. Your actions, your thoughts, your feelings, your ability to control those things is your ability to control your risk management. So the edge comes from here, not here. Okay? There's hundreds of different ways to trade. You can trade any single way you want, but what's going to make a profitable trader is the individual executing the position. So win the war in the mind, control those emotions, control those thoughts. That's how we're going to be able to manage our risk. Know thyself. Be an extreme owner. Take full responsibility. Manage your risk. Become an independent thinker. Be a complete owner of your trading business. All right. So,
hey there.
Tom up on the stage. Good morning,
Hello.
Tom.
Good morning. Always good to see you. I hope the weekend was awesome. How you feeling?
It was a very good weekend. A little sunburnt, so I'm a little tired today, but got to touch a lot of sand. So that was very refreshing. Got to recharge the battery, and now I'm ready to go for the week.
Awesome.
How did your weekend go?
Well, also recharged, slept a lot, and obviously the weather is awesome. So you got to go to the beach. It's super hot here, almost like 38 degrees Celsius. I must go out and go to the beach or something after this one. I don't know, but yeah, it was awesome. Recharged fully.
Very good. Well, I'm glad to see you're back on here. Thank you again for all your time. I'm very excited to see what you have for the segment. So I'm going to head over to chat so I can enjoy a little snack and watch your segment.
All right. Thank you. All right.
All righty. I hope you have a nice day.
You too. All right, everybody. Here we are on a beautiful Monday. Hello, chat. Special welcome and special, beautiful, awesome Monday to the hosts and mods of MyFunded TV, and also special hello to everybody here. It's good to be back, recharged, full energized. All right. Even, we're at uncharted territory. Who cares? Are you ready to lose some money or win some money? Let's just go full port. No, that's my stream actually. So let's just, sit back, relax, and watch what the market is actually doing. We are absolutely in no man's land, everyone. But I must say, we're going to do a quick recap because it was interesting. This London stream, I was actually, I'm very proud of myself. I did not push the button today in the London stream, and not even in the New York stream. Imagine that. I was sitting at the charts in London and New York AM session. No trades. No trades. My setup just didn't, I didn't see my setup. And, this is also an edge we talked about. We're edging again, guys, we're edging. We're going to use this segment here to get some energy, some positive vibes. Positive vibes are always here at MyFunded TV. But now we're going to look back. No full porting. Sorry, I take that back. We're going to cut this out, right? So no full porting, just proper risk management, all right? So to be honest, I am very proud of myself today. I did not push the button, but, I was here, and we were having a great time on stream, but no trades. So many names. I can't read everybody out, but hello to everyone. It's good to see you. Okay. I hope everybody made lots of profits on this beautiful Monday. and just checking something here real quick. I have a good topic as well, but obviously we have to talk about the market too. Ed, what's so funny? All right. Good morning. Hello, Vivi. Okay. we're at no man's land. So let's do a quick recap, and let me just explain what I was looking for throughout the day, because it will be very simple. Oh my God, it's Celebrity Trading Star. Hello, welcome. So I was looking for, you know me, I like the zones. I'm kind of like a zone trader, but I'm not going to, I'm going to extend this just a little bit here. There's some levels that I need to show you guys. I did not take these trades, but still quite amazing how it worked out. So very quick recap with the London session. Nice to see you too. So let's see it from 2 a.m. Okay, so we were looking at this. Okay, so this one here is actually a 15-minute supply zone. 15-minute supply zone, or you can call it bearish order block. Whatever it is your favorite here. In the London session, we were watching price going into the midpoint of this zone. I'm not going to extend this to the right, but in the London session or London kill zone, price actually went up there. So after tagging this midpoint somewhere around 290, that's where I got a little bit cold feet. I got a little bit scared, to be honest. I wanted to go long. I was kind of targeting previous day high. That's Friday high, all-time high, which is actually the zone high of that 15-minute order block or supply zone. So I was kind of looking for that, but I was a little bit scared because we already got rejected from the midpoint. There was a nice 5-minute fair value gap to go. I was feeling a bit of a FOMO here, but if I would have entered, shoulda, woulda, coulda, I know. The 1 to 2 risk to reward played out like this. I did not take this trade. I still feel a bit of a FOMO. We're going to talk about the FOMO, just like we did last week. So here was London session's optimal entry based on the 5-minute charts, in my understanding. It's not a unicorn model. I know. It's just a classic ICT 2022 continuation. I would call this as a continuation setup. Now, why is it a continuation in my personal understanding? Because on this swing low here, so this swing low didn't actually sweep some major levels here. So nothing really happened. There was a push here above 278, which was actually the Asia high. Okay. There was a push, and that's it. This swing low, all it did is actually swept this 5-minute buy-side imbalance, sell-side inefficiency here. Now, again, this is a valid setup. Why? Because there was a structure shift with the Asia high. Price went back down here, and if you put the FIB tool here to the previous swing low, you will see that optimal trade entry was just around that 5-minute fair value gap. So do I feel the FOMO about this? Absolutely. I just wanted to show you guys that this is a great example. If you guys are starting out, or you guys like smart money concepts or ICT, I know many of you don't, but this is something that you could be looking for only if you have a very strong conviction about your trade levels. In this case, obviously, the historical high, which for my end perfectly fits the top level of the 15-minute supply zone. So basically this point, right? And as I said, every week, I don't need to look for a bigger risk to reward. Naomi, hey, good to see you, Naomi. So I don't need to look for a bigger risk to reward than 1 to 2. I think you really don't need to look for more. Actually, you're quite good with 1 to 1. But even if you extend this, so just in this case, I would have just used a standard deviation. Now I know, again, let me repeat this. I did not take this trade, but it's a good example of what could you do. And obviously, I use this example for today's topic because it's important, right? Missing out the trades and how you feel about that. But we talked about it last week, but it's going to be good. Trust me. stick around, stick around. And so this here, I would say my target was okay. The 320 level was valid. The continuation setup utilizing the ICT 2022 entry is also spot on. I would say it's absolutely great. I still kind of, I don't know how to journal this down today. Like, I don't know why I didn't take this. This was an A++, not A++, but I would say an A setup. Absolutely. We had the liquidity sweep. I mean, here, sorry, on this fair value gap. There was so this swing low, yeah, I totally forgot to talk about this. There was a 5-minute gap here, if you zoom in. And so this 5-minute gap, which started from 125, this candle, actually this made the move valid. Why? Because this swing low repriced it completely. Even it went down to if you zoom in a little bit more, look at what's here. These two candles, 120 and 125. Now, this is on the micro, okay? Ninja, hello. So, you see here, this is unbalanced price range by ICT terms, this here. So, let me just put another rectangle here with a different color. Here is an unbalanced price range. So again, now I wanted to talk about this technical stuff because, I think it's important. So 5-minute BC, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. And here, unbalanced price range. Now, this is still the 5-minute chart. I'm not switching anywhere. And this happened right before the 2 a.m. kill zone. So it went down here. And actually, I was kind of hoping that this candle here would be rebalancing the price. Now, what do I mean by rebalancing? It's simple. I need a down close candle in this case, right? So I need a down close candle if I'm talking about rebalancing, not just a wick. In this case, it just wicked into this area. I guess it picked up orders here and obviously here in this segment and then started to push higher. So this move here on the 5-minute actually made the continuation setup absolutely valid. And I really liked it. And I still don't understand why I did not take it. Because sometimes, and this is just a 5-minute chart, guys. I didn't even go down to the 1 minute. No need to go down to the 1 minute when you see such beautiful action on the 5-minute. And still, I was hesitating when price went back here into this fair value gap. I was actually hesitating. I was like, especially here, when price went through, I thought that this is going to be an inversion gap and we're just going to go down back to the midnight level, yada, yada, yada. But it didn't. And I was still hesitating. And it inverted this 5-minute gap. It's still not a bad entry here. And by the time I wanted to decide, like, okay, let's go, it was too late. I didn't feel like entering here. So the optimal entry, and we're going to talk about exactly this situation of how can you identify it? What can you do? Don't worry, we'll get there. So anyway, prime example here on this setup. All right. So, and let's see what happened later. Asia low has been swept. I was just waiting on the sidelines. There was a 1-minute supply zone up here created at 410, which is technically the London high. And obviously you can see what happened. Right after the market opened, the price was pushing so fast. I was a chicken to jump in. And actually, when we just created the new all-time high, it was all over. So because we are at new all-time highs, I don't have a target. I have nothing to go for here. If I switch to the 15-minute time frame, There is a demand zone lower down here. I don't know if we're going to go back down, but obviously I would be looking for shorts. So, but until we're not seeing a strong confirmation with a clean structure shift, obviously below the 378-ish area, I'm not going to do anything about this. I'm just saying that I kind of feeling the FOMO about this, but that's it. All right. So yeah, it's barcoding. We're just going into barcoding right now. That's all that's happening. Nothing more. Okay. If you guys have questions about this setup, let me know. I'll be happy to answer about that. And this is exactly why I picked today's topic. So, what ES is doing? ES is still grinding higher. Let me check on ES. Oh my gosh. Still. Everybody's now screaming SMT, SMT, right? Okay. So there's an SMT, I guess. Maybe NQ will go lower. Honestly, I have no desire to enter at the market here. I mean, at this position, at this point, at this hour, especially as we're going into the lunch hour, it's the waiting game. And it's supposed to be the waiting game, like, right? What your win rate on shorting all-time high? Very bad. You know, if anyone wants to short all-time highs, that's a huge gamble. Not saying it's impossible and you cannot do it, but definitely, I don't know. I haven't even checked it, because I'm not really going short at all-time highs. Never. You want to be a ninja. All right. So I have some topics, of course. Actually, two. So one of them is how to build confidence after a bad week. Now, how awesome is that? Maybe nobody had a bad week before, but it sometimes does happen. And yes, we talked about, trading with one micro. Yeah, we talked about that. But how to build confidence? Because, dealing with the losses and dealing with the emotions after a bad week, I think it's the hardest part. One of the hardest things to manage in trading. I mean, that's also a skill. Just like, walking away is also a skill, but dealing with those emotions and know what to do to recover. Tom's topics. Yeah, I'm gonna use some baseball cap or a shirt that says Tom's topics. So as I said, we're gonna talk about the same stuff from different angles, but I'm just guessing that some of you guys and gals absolutely had that same issue, just like I did. A bad week, maybe you blow up some evals or funded account, whatever, but you're just closing a bad week. Now, obviously, that's going to take its toll on you on the next week. Even if you, I mean, if you manage to recover and recharge on the weekend, that is awesome. But still, your confidence may be a little bit, let's just say, not on the best level, right? And so you got to work on yourself, how to recover from that losing streak or what to do, right, after a bad week. Now, there are some key factors of what to do. And, confidence, we all know that confidence isn't built from winning, right? Now, that's heavy. And I must say this, confidence, I'm talking like Trump. Anyway, I'm sorry. So confidence isn't built from winning with our hands, beautiful billions and billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, tremendous. So it's not built from winning. It's built from knowing you can keep going after losing. Okay. So again, it's being built from knowing you can keep going after losing. Almost like which Rocky movie was it? It was Rocky Balboa, Rocky 4. I'm not going to do the dance. And no politics. I'm not commenting on politics. So, confidence is huge. So anyway, confidence doesn't, it's not equal of winning. Okay. Firstly, why bad weeks feel so heavy? Now we got to answer that question. I mean, that's important. It's not just the red numbers. It's not just of how many accounts you lost. It's that mental spiral that follows. The consequences. That's what we're suffering from after a bad week. Tom Balboa, yeah. So the consequences, and those things are absolutely putting us into a negative spiral. So, for example, next week after losing week, you sit down. Actually, I need to have a standing desk now. So you get back to the markets and you just say, what if I lose? What if I lost my edge? I asked this question multiple, maybe 100 times, maybe 200 times in the past couple of years. I was asking the same question after losing week, like, did I lost my edge, or there wasn't even an edge? Maybe I never had it. That would be the second thing. Second question comes from the first. Maybe there wasn't even an edge. I learned something from someone on YouTube. I saw something. I downloaded the PDF document. Super awesome. There was a 3-step checkmark system, and it's still not working. Obviously, it's not that simple. But these questions are actually happening. Navab, good to see you, man. What's happening? Any short-term goals for trading? Short-term goal is to keep getting about 5-figure payouts per month. I think that's a good short-term goal, right? Nathan, Tom, be honest. Do you know the news that's coming out tomorrow? I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know. I really don't know. No, I mean, I have some tips, but I'm not going to say that. But I have no information. If I would know the information, I would tell you guys in sign language or whatever. I don't know, like at the night at the Roxbury, like this dance or something. I can't. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm trying. If I know something, you guys will be the first to know. Okay, but I don't know. All right. Just trying to keep the energy positive, because you guys are sleeping right now. Why are you sleeping? Is it because the market is not moving? Come on, obviously we love the markets. That's why we're here, but we keep deviating from the topic. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Why it feels bad. Again, I'm talking like this. So why it feels bad after a losing week. So questions. What if I lost my edge? What if there wasn't any edge? Oh my God. Or next question, you might, maybe I can't believe I made those mistakes again. Maybe you asked this question from yourself. I hope you asked this question because it's part of the process, actually. I can't believe I made those mistakes again, right? Or you start out the new week, maybe new evaluation account, maybe a new funded account for the new week. And here comes the heaviest part, heaviest question. What if I blow this funded account? Oh my God. Or even worse, and that's actually really bad. You just spent your last dollars on the new evaluation account, which we talked about why it shouldn't be that way, but that's a different topic. You keep asking it like, oh my God, what if I blow up this evaluation account too? This is really important because this evaluation account is going to make me rich and save my life. Very bad habit. It's a spiral. It's a negative spiral, and we need to work on this. It's not like sure. Quick question, Ravi. Which year did you start trading? Well, I'm always saying there were two segments in my life. I'm doing this again. Look at it. There were two segments in my life. First, I started 2018 to 2020 on my personal cash account. I lost a bunch of money. And then I burned out completely, financially and mentally too. And then in 2021, I started from scratch. I mean, relearn everything. No money. I mean, not depositing any money, just learning. And I would say officially from 2021. Yeah. So it took me quite a few years. Oh, yeah. So it took me a few years. It's barcoding right now. It's barcoding. So anyway, yeah, frustration is natural in these markets. And so what I was saying is that the mindset is the thing that kills confidence faster than losses ever will. It's really true. The mindset is going to kill your confidence. So you have to rebuild that confidence, and rebuilding starts with resetting. Okay. Very simple steps. You would be amazed how simple it is, but we have to, talk this in details. But let me know if you have questions. I'll be happy to stop and answer any detail. Okay. Today was right now. Okay. All right. Okay, so rebuilding starts with resetting. Okay. First, stop trading big. Obviously, right? That's super simple. Reduce size to minimum. I told you guys this is part of the picture. Like, reduce size to minimum. Okay. We're not talking about making profits in this example. We're talking about getting back your confidence in trading, your conviction in your analysis. So first thing, just only from this first bullet point, we talked about a whole segment last time. Stop trading big, reduce size to minimum, trade tiny, like really 1 micro, no pressure, clean execution. This is how it goes. I cannot state this enough. This is my mantra, or I don't know, my catchphrase. You just got to go down to 1 micro contract. And nobody wants to do it really, because I don't have time for 1 micro contract. I'm here to make money. No. First of all, you got to gain confidence. Without that and proper conviction in your trading model. And if you're messing around with the risk management, it's just not going to happen. That's how simple it is. All right. So let's take it slowly. Let's sit back, a little bit. Raphael has a quick question. Tom, what's your long-term goal with trading? Obviously, to support my family, everybody around me. That's my long-term goal, to support my family. Obviously, to make a living. I want to finance other businesses from the money that comes in from trading. I have some plans here in my country, so I do have long-term goals. I think that trading would be just one stream of income in my long-term goals. A big stream of income, obviously, but obviously I would be managing something else, like not too many things, but something that is partially related to trading. But that's a long topic. So anyway, as I was saying, micro rules, exactly. So when I told this to some people who were asking me this question, also I've been asked about this on Discord or on my stream. But yeah, Tom, we all know, yeah, we have to size down, but I don't have time. Actually, I don't have time to trade with micros. Fine, don't trade with micros. Trade with minis and waste around at least a year from your life by blowing up your evaluation accounts. Yes, sometimes you might, can get some payouts. Even a broken clock is correct 2 times of the day, right? That's the old saying. So yeah, you might be getting 1 or 2 payouts here and there by oversizing. I'm not saying it's not possible, but that's not the first priority. Okay. the first priority is to get that conviction in your analysis or towards your analysis, and to gain that confidence. Anyway, let's just get through on this point, because this point in itself would be just at least an hour-long topic just to talk about this single point. That's how important it is. All right. Second, and I think many of us, including sometimes myself in the past, was not taking the next one seriously, or you're just maybe smiling on it, but journal the truth, not the emotions. Like, what actually happened? Were the losses due to setup failure, rule breaks, or overtrading? Like, if you journal down, you not necessarily have to journal every single trade, but as I said, I try to be selective. If I have a very good day, I try to select one or two of my best trades. Or if I'm having a very bad day, obviously I'm selecting those bad trades. I'm trying to answer these questions, and you got to write down the truth. Was the setup bad, and you still apply the proper risk management? Because or you were oversizing, overtrading that setup. And you gotta be truthful in your journal, because it's for you. You have to be honest with yourself, and that's crucial. And we just look through this, and it's still a very crucial point. But anyway, moving on. We have so many things about this. This bullet point here, like the journaling, it would take another segment as well. And the next thing, like, revisit your winners. Like, we're looking to gain confidence here. Okay. Obviously, we have to look at our losing trades as well, but we all know why those are happening. But revisit your winners. Look back at trades that followed your edge. It's important. Remind yourself that this is what it looks like when I trade well. You got to remind yourself at that. Obviously, you need to have an edge, right? And we talked about that too. Sometimes it takes days, weeks, maybe even months, or maybe more, to find your edge that suits you. Just because you're seeing everybody on social media or a lot of people trading ICT concepts or smart money, it doesn't mean that it's going to work out for you. And that's also a bad expectation, by the way. And it's because social media. And again, we're just diving into more and more topics with this. Like you just having false expectations. Not all the time. I mean, obviously, there's a good chance that you might like to trade with smart money concepts, but you got to be real with yourself, and obviously give yourself time to understand whatever it is that you're looking for. It doesn't have to be smart money concept. It can be support and resistance, whatever, but give yourself time to understand that edge that you're looking for. Okay. But don't have false expectations. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that specific edge is going to suit your personality, or just because XYZ were doing it on social media the way he or she explained, it's definitely not going to guarantee that it's going to work out for you. You got to put in your time, especially the time, because of backtesting, collecting data, learning. But anyway, that's why I'm just saying, you got to remind yourself when you look back on the good trades, like, this is what it looks like when I trade well. Okay. But you got to find your edge first. All right. You got to find that edge. Let me know if you have questions about this. I'm happy to answer. Okay. And trading courses. I know. I mean, there's lots of free stuff on social media, and obviously you can pay for courses. It's up to you. When I started to relearn everything, there's no shortcut, but I kind of agree with the fact that if you find someone that can actually help you, and I'm not specifically saying as a mentor, but if you find someone online, social media, whatever, or you find the trading group or trading buddy that who is definitely having success, then it's always good to collect the information. That's why we're here. That's why the hosts here at MyFunded TV are so awesome, because everybody is giving great amount of value. Like, yes, obviously, as I said, no shortcuts in trading, but all these informations that you're collecting from experienced traders, these are gold. Thank you, Ricky Martin. All right. So let's just move on with this, because this is important and really so gaining back our confidence, right? So we talked about resetting, right? How to start the reset, stop trading big, how to start the reset, like start trading big. Let's start, oh my God, start trading small. Stop trading big. I gotta take a drink here. That's like, sometimes, I'm telling you guys, for a Hungarian like me, it's sometimes hard to pronounce it correctly in English. Two completely different languages, I'm telling you. 180 degrees, the opposite. So stop trading big, journal the truth, and obviously revisit your winners. Okay. So once you've done that, then obviously you need to create those micro wins. Okay. Oversize. Oversize. Okay. So let's start with the micro wins. That's necessary. Set up a process goal, like not profit goals. Very important. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I didn't say this before, like last week or the previous weeks. Like, while we are regaining confidence, you should not be aiming for the profit. Yes, we talked about the goal is the process. Okay. Forget about the dollar amount. Let it be just an evaluation account or funded account, whatever. The goal is the process. That is it. That should be your first goal. And that's why you can go with one micro. Okay. So what not to do is, for example, let's make $500 today. Forget about it. Okay. That's not something you should be focusing on. But for example, you can say that take 2 A+ setups with correct position size or with minimal risk. Or, take 2 A+ setups with 1 micro each. That's what you need to focus on. DPK. Tom, suggest me for entry. What? I cannot give you an entry here. And just like Ash said, even if I would tell you an entry, you have to listen to your own analysis, right? I can give you, like, there was a structure shift here, and obviously, well, let's just say that if I really want to force this trade, which I'm not going to, that's for sure, there's the fair value gap that you might be looking for. So you wanted me to suggest the trade. I'm not suggesting this. If you take this trade, this is absolutely not financial advice or anything. You can take this, but listening to someone else make the decision for you is also building up a bad habit, right? Don't do that. You have to do your own analysis, and that's the only way it works. You got to have your targets. For example, maybe Asia high would be a good target. I'm not going to enter this trade, that's for sure. So exactly. exactly like Bull Barbie is saying, there's not always a good trade. So back to those micro wins. Like, forget about the profits. Instead, focus on the process of taking only 2 trades with the minimal risk throughout the day. Confidence is going to come from consistency and not chasing money. So the very best advice that I can give for those of you, even to myself, sometimes it happens to me too, and everybody, even the most experienced traders, the best thing after a bad week is definitely to focus on and regaining that confidence. Now, of course, the very experienced traders are having their confidence absolutely, on the right level, because they know they can do it again. So I would say this mostly applies for those who are a little bit, who are actually starting out trading and still at the beginning of the journey, right? So, gaining that confidence, that's what most important. And the next thing, one green day is not equals that you're back. Okay, that's a very big mistake, by the way. After one green day, you might just think that, okay, finally, I had a bad week last week. Now it's Monday. I made $500. All is good. I'm back. Everything is great. Everything is awesome. Huge mistake. All right. That's a little bit too early. So you must not forget that. So I just want to say that keep your mind absolutely, on the loop of looking for consistency. So thumbs up, everybody. And what can I say? Oh, it's happening. It's happening again. $25 free 50K starter plus accounts. Everybody, go now. Hurry. Experience 25 is the code. I'm just gonna drink. Oh my God, it's so emotional. All right. Whew. Okay. Congratulations. That was that was really, really unexpected and really awesome. Everybody, congratulations to those of you who got it. 25 50K starter plus accounts. Oh my God. Come on. You guys got to make it work. Actually, the music was starting right on time before the code actually appeared. So you guys had a few seconds to prepare, So just saying, always stick around. Congratulations to the winners. I love this. We love free stuff, right? We love free stuff. And of course, if you haven't subscribed yet, obviously you need to subscribe. Push that like, hit the notification bell, or I don't know what YouTube is using nowadays. Okay. All right. I hope you got it. I hope the winners got it. I do see some people got it, right? No one got it. Come on. Of course you are. Yeah, there's still time, everybody. And share the stream. Call your neighbor, and call your high school friends and everybody, your teacher from school, everybody. the members from your church, whoever it is, doesn't really matter. Just tell them to come to MyFunded TV, subscribe to the channel, and push the like. That's all we need to do. Super simple. All right. Oh, got it. All right. All right. So, where were we? Oh, yes. We were talking about the one green day trap. Okay. After a bad week, you start the Monday with the super green day. Not really the thing that you're looking for, especially if the trade was not basically an A++ setup, but you still made it, you still took it. And even worse, you were just gambled on the open, right? You never did that. I know nobody did that, but especially if you gambled at the market open with some full porting, you know. Anyway, it's important. So you got to stack disciplined days. Okay, one day is not going to make a change. I would say that the bare minimum, and that's why I was saying it, is at the bare minimum is 2 weeks. Actually, 1 month. I told you guys, bare minimum 2 weeks, more than likely 1 month. And what you're really stacking up, not profits or losses. Forget about the numbers. You got to stack up disciplined trades and disciplined days, both, right? Confidence is quiet and it compounds. Okay. Confidence is going to, quietly being built up in your mind. And it really has nothing to do at first. I mean, later, not as well. I mean, it comes automatically. The profits will come. That's just a side product. Okay. The profits are actually as a side product of, following your discipline. We all know that, right? So that confidence is going to be stacked up on disciplined days. So one day is not enough discipline. We all know that. All right. Let me know if you have questions. And we have the next one too, with the micro wins. It's always good to talk it out. And that's why we're here on MyFunded TV. I put this bullet point here to myself because trading is super lonely. It's one of the loneliest things out there. I think even maybe it's just as lonely as fishing. When I was a kid, I was fishing. I'm not into fishing too much nowadays, but when I was a kid, I went down totally alone to the lake, and I was sitting there for like, I don't know, hours and hours, and it's super lonely. Can you guys name another? I mean, yeah, obviously there are a bunch of very lonely and very boring jobs out there in the world, but it's just the way it is. And so you need to talk about trading in a good community, obviously in a positive community, surrounded with positive people that you can learn from. I mean, from who you can learn from, where you can share information. MyFunded TV is absolutely the best and the absolutely A++ places out there in social media to do this. And so if you're sharing your struggles, because let's face it, in real life, especially, I mean, my friends and family, I told you guys, they don't really understand what the heck I'm doing here. I mean, not here on stream, but in trading. Like, yes, sometimes they ask, like, can you please tell us, what is exactly? I tried multiple times, but I lost everybody after like 5 minutes or maybe 3. It's just not working out the way it does. I mean, it should. So you need to talk about the struggles. You need to talk about the winnings as well. But, don't feel invincible. It's not about that. And so real confidence is not pretending that it didn't hurt. It's showing up anyway. So I also put out some videos when I absolutely burned all my funded accounts, not once, not twice, but multiple times. And obviously, talking about your losses with others, that also can help a lot. When will you hop on? Oh, the Discord. Today is super busy day. It's super busy, but I'm gonna text you there. The trend. The thing is with this trend is that there were no. Well, there is actually. Oh wow, look at this. Just a quick stop here. Quick pause. The same gap is on the 15-minute candles as well. So right here. So this area, that's even more significant right now. Keep an eye on it. I'm not going to take a trade on that for sure. So, and of course, there's one more step in regaining that confidence. I would say the final step. Forgive yourself and move on. Again, forgive yourself those mistakes and move on. If you always keep reminding yourself like how stupid mistakes you did, like oh my God, I was so this and that and I shouldn't. I mean, no, you just got to forgive yourself. It's part of the process. You got to remind yourself that it's just the way it is. It happens. Okay? And move on. And so I would say that confidence isn't about being right. It's about showing up clean after being wrong. Okay? That's what confidence is. Again and again. That's what makes you dangerous, actually. Whoa. That's what's going to make you dangerous against the market, but really showing up after being wrong. That's real confidence. You lost last week. You're showing up Monday. You're not here on Monday to prove that the market that you can make all back in one single session. Forget about that. You just show up, keep those punches, like Rocky Balboa would say, keep getting hit. Okay, keep getting hit and keep standing up. Actually, Muhammad Ali was saying the same thing, right? Only thing that matters that you're showing up again and again, repeatedly, every single day if you're a day trader. Obviously, swing traders may not have to show up every single day, but that's a different thing. So, right? I think this is very important. MSG, hello. Welcome. If you guys have questions about this, I'd be happy to answer. I have a quick topic here. I still have about 9 minutes or so from my segment. I'm happy to answer questions. And I have some other things as well as a side topic. Well, sooner or later, I do have to leave you guys, but I'll be back tomorrow. Okay. So I think this was very crucial. After a bad week, those small micro wins and focusing on the process, that's what's going to make you obviously better. Showing up every day. All right. That's what it is. Yeah, exactly. And subscribe to MyFundedFutures, of course. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, and I can actually, I think we can talk about it in just a few minutes. So those trades, actually, as I was showing you guys this example here, how I didn't miss, but I didn't enter into this setup. Just because the market gave a clean move doesn't mean you were ready to take it clean, right? And trade it clean. Now, what does this mean? I often say, especially on these occasions, that I missed the move, or I hesitated, or I fumbled the entry, okay? Or I chased the breakout, or I chased the fair value gap, after after the train left the station, right? But the market really didn't change. The market, in this example, it just did the same exact thing. Exactly the same thing. And that's why I wanted to show you guys this trade example, which happened, which I missed, which I deliberately, intentionally did not enter. Like, I was hesitating. I was hesitating too much, and I should have taken the trade, but I didn't. Where this happens most? Well, most likely you're seeing the setup, but you're not taking it. You hesitated because of previous losses that shook your confidence. You got in late because you didn't prep your key levels in advance, or you just ignored your plan, and you felt like here I completely ignored my plan because I felt like it's the right thing to do. And this last point, ignoring my plan intentionally, is also a mistake. I know I had an edge here, but since the market was so, like, I would say these moves in London session were quite bearish, and I was almost sure that we're going to go back down here into the swing point, I just felt like that the market, it's not going to do this right now. It's not going to go up there. So basically, I broke my own rules. The market gave the structure, it followed through, but the mental game was messy. And that's what happened with me. Exactly, right? The problem isn't the strategy. It's something else. It's the state. It's like where you like mental state, obviously, like were you clear-headed when the setup arrived? Had you already made peace with the missing trades? I didn't. And that's why FOMO comes in, right? Did you plan your triggers and stops before the price got there? I did, but obviously I had different reasons. Or were you distracted or second guessing or carrying emotional baggage? Now that was the issue on my end. And these are all things that makes you to hesitate. But anyway, I just dived into this a little bit too much, maybe. I just want to remind you guys that these issues can happen. Okay. If there's any questions, let me know. I know Rocket Scooter fam is I think it's already here. People getting here. waiting for Matt. I know. Yeah. So what can you do about, by the way, these kind of entries like that you miss? I do have to work on this myself after today's session. Like pre-market clarity check. Obviously, you have to set up your levels. That's clear. That's clean. We all do that. Don't just analyze your charts. By the way, check yourself. Like, am I reactive today or calm and clear? Very big difference, by the way, in these two things. Like, am I reactive or calm and clear? Journal the missing trades or the misses, not just what the market did, but you can also journal down those trades that you missed. It's very important because actually we didn't even talk about that. It's very important to journal down the trades, in my opinion, as well. I mean, at least, okay? So journal down also those trades, especially if it's an A+ setup, because you need to answer some questions to yourself. And truthfully, in your journal, we talked about this. Why did you not enter to this A+ setup? That's also very important when you're journaling, okay? Limit the chaos, I would say so. And, one strategy, one time frame, one focus, eliminate noise. Obviously, the one time frame thing is not necessarily applying because you have to look at market structure on higher time frames too. And the most important is detach yourself from the outcome. But we talked about that too. And so the market doesn't owe you a second chance, is what I'm saying. If you're not mentally ready when it shows up clean, it will move without you. Okay. That's it. That's why it's so important to have that edge. So These are all very important key points. And so, yes, if I look back now, especially now in the approaching the PM session slowly, I mean lunch hour still, but almost at the PM session, I look back for the day. I had my A+ set up here, and I didn't take it just because I choose not to. And so this is causing me an emotional struggle with my confidence. But don't worry, I will work my way through it. So no problem. Yeah. Let me know if you have questions about this. I really wanted to talk about these things. I think it's highly important. And I know I try to use my segment, as always, to talk about these psychological things, the mental game and everything. If I would have had a nice trade, I actually sometimes a little bit like, not saying I'm just feel sorry about myself that I want to show you guys some trades, but here I just can't enter. I'm not going to force any trade, right? Absolutely, you guys are welcome. Well, Niels, I just got an email, and that's how that's how simple it started. Everything starts with an email, Yeah. So I know everybody wants to see Matt. I know. Don't worry. He's around. And listen to him and stick around with his segment. This is going to be super awesome. And obviously, MyFundedFutures is always giving you the most amount of free stuff. I want to thank you, everybody, for this session. This was just great. So. So obviously, I will have more topics for next time. Hey, Matt, what's happening? You're still muted. Still a little bit muted, but we'll work on it. Almost. I hear myself. That's good.
How about now?
Now it's perfect.
Hey,
now
okay. My bad. Yeah, I had a voice, like my audio drivers crashed last Friday on stream, and I had to mess with it all weekend. So I guess I forgot to turn this one on. What's up, Tom?
Well, the market is a little bit crazy here, but anyway, we used up the time wisely. And what do you see in this market? Do you take any trades? Did you have any trades, or what's your opinion?
I longed right out the door again, and I'm actually long right now. Let me share my screen really quick. Yeah, I did, and honestly, this is one of those days that really matters more than anything. Hold on, I got to share my screen 1 second.
No problem.
The market is at a standstill. The VIX is in a place where this is telling us that we have basically 1 day to decide: is this the top of the last rally or the breakout start of the new wave up? So it's anyone's ball game here. And I think that we're kind of like on the fence. I don't know. What do you think? Are we still rallying, or is this the top of the last one?
I feel like, but I really have no technical conviction on the top. But my gut feeling tells me that this is just going to keep going higher.
I feel it.
Yeah,
I feel you, dude. I'm in the same boat. It's hard to deny the strength of this rally, and it could just speed up from here, right?
Exactly. All right. I just want to say, everybody, thanks again. This segment was super great, and listen to Matt, and thank you, Matt. Take it away. It was good to see you. Have a good one.
Yeah, good to see you, bud. Okay, guys. Some W's in chat, some rocks in chat for Tom. Let's hear it. Tom always throwing that good alpha. Okay, so wait, hold on. Glasses on. Market's starting to move. I bought this dip and I'm long across the board. Okay, hold up. Yeah. Let me take some profit on some of this. Hold up. Just on that retrace, I've been scalping a couple of the accounts. Let's show you guys where I actually am on this. I am trading. I've added, you may see something new off on the bottom right. You may see that there are 4 extra accounts now. I've been trading essentially my MyFundedFutures live account is this one I'm circling in the bottom right, this Lone Ranger in the middle. The bottom and the top are two other props that I've worked with before I even joined Team MyFundedFutures. So I've been basically babysitting the same accounts. The one at the top, they're having this sale that allowed me to get a whole lot more. I used to just have 3, and now I can have 7. So now you're going to see 7 accounts on my stream rather than 3 from that one. So total, which is so crazy and hard to balance, I'm now trading 13 accounts when it used to be like 9. So now you're going to see even more going on, which is like crazy hard to balance. But now I have more accounts to play with. So now everything's moving up and rallying and looking pretty solid. I am long in all the accounts that haven't made money yet. So all the accounts now are green. And by the way, my 18-day winning streak ended on Friday. That was sad. But, you know, it happens. Losing is part of trading. Winning a couple days in a row is part of trading. Losing a couple days in a row is part of trading. Winning 18 days in a row, not normal. It has to come to an end at some point. But what a hell of a ride that it was. It was pretty cool. It actually ended with about an $11,000 loss, which, again, across 5 accounts is not that big, right? That's not in one account. That's across 5. So in the normal, you guys are watching me trade in these normal accounts. It's 10,000 up and down every day. So that's pretty much a standard loss, I would say. 2K per account is about what I aim for. And so it didn't really hurt too bad. So, but I mean, it is the end of that winning streak. But it was, how much did I lose? It was 11. Hold on. Let me exactly how much it was. 11.3. So 11.3. And you guys have been watching, like, my days are usually, again, across just 5 accounts. So not really too bad. When all the accounts are up about 2,000 a day, that it's around the normal amount that's kind of allocated for a normal loss. Matt came with all my subs. Well, speaking of everybody here, hit that like button really quick. Y'all give us some love with the YouTube algo here. I am really enjoying, hold on, what they've been building here in MyFunded TV. This has become one of the biggest trading shows there is, which is super incredible. Hold on one second. And in the meantime, smash the like button, you guys. Now, what am I looking for? And why do I think this is a big question to ask? Are we at the end of the rally? Or are we at the start of the new one? Tom seems to think his gut feeling says up. My gut feeling says up. And let me guys give you a quickie little lesson in the VIX. Ooh, we're popping up higher and higher. Okay, good. I'm currently long 2 contracts across most of my accounts right now, which is good. Trying to pop a pretty sizable profit on this second wave up to touch this upper green band. My stop loss is at 50, which is written on my screen. This is known as an illiquidity pivot, this red line. I calculate this off of this particular move here. This is NASDAQ's right here. And it's just this middle area. If we hold this, the run goes all the way up to 434. It's about a 1.5 to 1 trade, which is pretty nice because on 2 contracts, it's about a $2,500 profit if they all play out. So I'm kind of excited to see that per account, by the way. So I'm excited to see that. It's not really an A+ setup. It's just it's like a retrace, if you may, or a pullback to test liquidity at this high to see if the market's breaking out or if it's selling off. Now, again, we are at a key level to answer that question for the course of the next month. Now, let me give you guys a quickie lesson in the VIX. I know no one likes talking about the VIX. VIX sounds like the least sexy thing on the planet. I know it sounds like a bunch of math and nerd talk, but bear with me for a minute, okay? VIX is one of the most crucial components of futures traders, especially if you guys are out here trading MyFunded Futures accounts. If you're trading anything NASDAQ and S&P, you got to understand how the VIX plays into things. Now, futures, we all know when you guys type in your futures contract, like NQU5, right? You know the U5 is a special thing that you have to tell which NASDAQ contract you're trading. Which contract you're trading is a very important part of the decision-making process. And so because multiple futures contracts can all be trading at the same time, the front month contract is the one that's next to expire in the list. Currently, right now, I can trade any VIX futures contract I want, just like NASDAQ futures. I can trade August, September, October, November. VIX has monthly contracts. So if I were to type like VX in general, in my thinkorswim here, I can see I have like U, which is the September, V, which is October. Oh, these are our contract codes. X should be November, and Z is December. I know this is like quizzing my knowledge here. Now, each contract is trading differently, right? So at any given time, each one of these contracts has its own different value, and the same thing is true for S&P and NASDAQ. What's going on with those contracts? Ooh, what this is actually pulling back. Let me actually show my chart here so I can keep visibility of that. So what actually happens with VIX, which is a key component, is that VIX can price in future volatility, just like futures contracts can price in a futures price of whatever it is. Say NASDAQ's contract for you is telling me that on U's expiration, that the NASDAQ should be priced at 385 at that point in time. That's what this contract is telling me. And there's other contracts I can trade. Well, VIX is the same way. I can do August, September, October, November, and they're all priced differently. Right now, August is trading like this, okay? If I were to go to September, it looks exactly the same, right? Except it's trading at a different level. It kind of looks the same. Let me kind of just actually go to like over the last couple of days, it's trading down a little bit. If I go to U, it's last couple of days, it's trading down a bit. The charts look identical, but the difference is the actual value, right? Currently, 2051 is the value of the U contract, and 2120 is the value of the V. So what's like going on here? Like, why would one be trading higher than the other? Why is one of them 70 cents higher? Like V is 2120. And this is very important because you have to understand there's a key component that you usually miss out on in your futures trading, which is why today is such a crucial, important day that will actually set the tone. Are we rallying for the next month or not? Did you know you can tell that by the way volatility prices in the future? This is a pro level trick. And always on the stream, I try to give you guys some decent alpha, but this is a pros level trick. Understanding how volatility plays into the mix is very pro level. And it's not just out there gambling every day. It's knowing that today's different than all other days for a specific reason. Okay. And just trust me on this when I tell you that the third Wednesday of the month is the most important day for VIX. That's because VIX monthly options expire that day, and a lot happens on that particular day. A lot. And so what we do is we take that actual, whatever I wrote on the screen here just disappeared. We take that actual, I don't like that we're selling off here. The actual value between the two contracts on that specific Wednesday. On my screen, you can see Wednesday. And Wednesday is the day that you roll into a new VIX options month. And that's when you get a whole lot of shifting from the previous VIX contract to the next one. Typical rollover, right? But what makes VIX very important is that VIX is not pricing in future value of just the contract that's trading. It's pricing in future volatility. And if the V contract is slightly higher than the U, it's telling me that next month, the market's expecting a little more volatility next month than this month. Well, why is that? Well, it could be a number of things, but it's mostly based on how SPX options are distributed throughout the market, right? And so when the market prices in future volatility a month away, well, a month of trading hasn't happened. And when we kind of arrive to that month in a month from now, the market's going to ask that question. Hey, a month ago, you remember you priced in the VIX at 21.2? And now we're here now. Is it still that volatile, right? And then we have to test and see if it is. Today is that test to see if last month we priced in this month's volatility too much or too little. Now, how is this important? Well, what if you knew that a big trade deal was going to be approached between US and China? Pretend the trade war was still at full force and that we're going to give 5,000% tariffs on China, right? And the meeting was next month. Well, let's pretend that next month, let's make up an X. And let's say that next month we saw X was 24 for volatility. Why is it pricing in huge volatility a month out? Well, that's when the meeting's supposed to happen, right? In a month, there's going to be some kind of decisive meeting that's going to determine if this huge thing is there or not. So people are like placing their bets on that period of time. If the bets are all over the place because people are so polarized and disagreeing on what's actually going to happen, then you'll see the VIX go up. And so when the VIX is climbing up month over month over month, now, as we can see, subsequent months are priced slightly higher. It's because there's anticipated big things coming out. What do you guys think is happening in September? Let me ask you a question. Let's just use some logic. Is there anything in this chat you guys can say? Do we know something really big is happening in September? Let's see if you guys can guess it. How well you pay attention to topical events. Why would we be pricing in an extra point of volatility? Rate cuts. You guys nailed it. Right. There you go. Rate cuts, right? Are we expected to get a rate cut in September? That's what Fed Futures is pricing in after all. Wouldn't it make sense that there's a lot more puts being bet on the fact that we don't? So volatility is likely going higher a month in advance to price in that possible disruption to the market, whether we get the rate cut or not. People are going to make sure that we're pricing in that rate cut now. And if we don't get it, well, the market will probably fall pretty big. And then, of course, there's more put protection on the long side of the market. Therefore, VIX is pricing that in now. So you guys learned something, right? All right. Now let's take that into account that this is all things, not just a single event, right? And we know that from, oh, hold on. It's that time of day again when all my browsers crash. It's almost like clockwork. Literally, it's right at lunchtime. Okay, so back to what I'm teaching you guys and why today is such a crucial component is because you can actually understand that the market really cares to answer that question. Did we overprice or underprice whatever's going on that month? And the third Wednesday of the month, you will see me talk about this every single time. You take the midpoint of those two contracts. When one of them closes before rollover, so the 5 p.m. price on the previous month, and then the 6 p.m. open on the new month, you just find the middle point. That's it. It's the contango, which is when the new contract is priced higher, or backwardation when it's priced lower. It's the contango / backwardation midpoint. That's it. It's just a midpoint of the two places. It's right in the middle at rollover. As a very magical thing happens there because options and futures are all lined up to hedge that particular volatility all at once. And this is the biggest migration of money into the new contract. So if the new contract is priced up here and we overprice some kind of thing, and then we come to that, and Trump had the meeting early, and then they said, oh, no trade deal, we have a huge trade deal. We came to the conclusion early, so no craziness. Well, then the market priced in all this volatility doesn't need to happen anymore, and therefore it's going to decay out very rapidly. And what you do is what you do every month is that when you arrive to that midpoint, at Rocksuiter, we call it triple B. It's just a nickname, but it's really a contango backwardation midpoint. When you get here, the market will ask itself one question. Are we liquid at this level or not? If we are liquid at this level, VIX will decay below this line and then set the course for the next month. And the market will just break out and keep going, keep going, keep going. When it gets here and we found out we've underpriced volatility, however, something crazy happens, even crazier. The market can spiral out of control and also sell off from this moment in time just because any selling can tip the scales over because there's not any liquidity here. This is basically asking, is the S&P liquid here or not? If VIX drops below this level, once it gets there, it's liquid enough to sustain a rally. This is the low for the next wave up. If it gets here, it's illiquid. And it's a very key component to how the market moves and sensitivity to news events. So let me tell you something pretty neat, right? Again, this is a great lesson. I know it's nerdy VIX talk, and I might be losing some of you guys because it's nerd stuff, but you got to become a nerd to the math when you're trading. Let me explain to you what it looks like on a beautiful month. Do we all remember what April looked like, right? After, or May was different. Like we had the big market sell-off. Here's that midpoint for May. As you see below it, the VIX is nice and tidy. Tiny little moves, tiny little moves, tiny little moves, and actually rejecting that level pretty clean. The minute we broke through and trade war stuff happened, even the VIX itself is all over the place, right? And so for the whole month, it kind of sets the stage for craziness. And then the new month rolls in. It's almost like the very next day after Trump made his announcement, the market was very easily able to absorb any kind of news impact. And you see a big difference between how the VIX responds in its own environment, which is here, big old ups and big old downs, versus how much VIX doesn't care about the news in this environment. News events don't really shake the market that much below this key level. Here's the one this month. Do you see that, over here, Trump tweets something like, yep, we're going to add tariffs. And all of a sudden the market jumps up. Ridiculous. We're almost hitting circuit breakers that day. But then the tariff talk over here doesn't do anything. Everyone in chat, do you see the difference between when Trump tweets something here and Trump tweets something there? The VIX is more, it's not that volatile in and of itself. It very rarely moves. And so below this environment, the market has just got this like hard resilience to news. Things don't push it that far. They don't move it around that much. VIX doesn't fly out of control because the market's liquid enough to handle it. There's willing buyers all over the place and willing to grab any dip they can find. And that's the key element you want to know. Below the contango and backwardation midpoint, the market's freaking stable for a month. Nothing shakes that market. And then we had the same thing happen all over again here this last month. The last month we hit that midpoint and then it just fell. And then news events, Jay Powell says this, Trump says that, Israel this and that. Market doesn't care. It didn't even move. Right? And so now we're at the same point again. And so when you're above this level, here, Trump tweets something about the trade war, VIX flies through the roof, and the S&P nosedives, 50 points, 60 points. But if Trump tweets the same thing with VIX down in here, VIX does this, and the S&P does that. Okay? It's the most crucial component to understanding, is the market liquid here at the top? That's the only question you're asking. Is it liquid here? Is it liquid enough that this happens rather than that happens? And this is a key level, 18.41. Write it down a sticky note and put it on your computer. VIX/VX. Now I use Thinkorswim to get it. You guys can get the same thing in TradingView and a couple other platforms. VIX front month futures August. This is the contango midpoint between July and August at rollover. We do it every Tuesday night when the market opens. All right. Very, 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 very key effect. Now, my bet is always continuation of the bull side. I bet that VIX is going to get here and go down because I'm super bullish this market, and I hope so. But in my long trade today, since I know it's such a crucial pivot here, if the VIX just tails down to there, I might just close on my longs prematurely because it is that 50-50 coin flip. And the idea is I can't gauge. You'll never know Wall Street's appetite behind the scenes of what they want to do. You never know, but this is such a crucial level to test today. I'm going to be very careful. So I'm watching that off to the side like a hawk, and all my longs are taken off, which is great. Can't complain about this. But yeah, bullish the market. So hopefully you guys have learned something. And let me show you something cool about how the S&P is on days like that. Let's go back to, let me put the chart side by side. And you can see that all through this last month, right? It doesn't matter what we threw at the market. The market, it's like every dip was bought up. Every dip was bought up. It was nice and stable and nice and stable and nice and stable. And very rarely did the market kind of crash and find lower lows. It just kept trickling higher. There was that first part in June where June got a little choppy. Remember, the Israel stuff was all over here. And in that environment, we were above that level. The market was very sensitive to news. One could argue that while it is insignificant to the U.S. stock market, what happened in between Israel and Iran, right? There's no U.S. companies with exposure to that. So why would our stock market fly out of control because of those events? Well, it's just a volatility thing. It had everything to do with just lack of liquidity. The market was structured in such a way we were above that key level. So the market was extra sensitive to news, even news that doesn't really matter to the U.S. stock market. Does that make sense? When you guys are seeing, like, I don't understand, and the news headlines were like, well, we could get drawn into conflict, this and that. That's why the market's selling off. No, the market's just selling off because it's volatile. VIX is in a way where people are so scattered on their belief system and the market's just not that liquid. Any news is going to kick it around, right? So that's kind of really what the point of this is. The market will be sensitive to kind of like news that you're like, and again, not downplaying conflict. Let's not talk about the war. I always say a war is horrible and everybody hates it. So let me rephrase. I mean, insignificant to the stock market. It's definitely significant, and my prayers go out to everyone else going out, around the world and stuff dealing with it. But and relative to the stock market, insignificant to the U.S. stock market, if that makes any sense. It's kind of BS news to make the market jolt around like it did. Whereas here, this last month, news of tariffs and trade war barely moved the market at all. So, and that affects every U.S. company. So this lesson is to tell you how important it is understanding the structure of the VIX more than anything. Is the most important thing that you'll actually learn, especially from me, is that if you're a futures trader and you're not like following the VIX like a hawk, you're missing out on one of the most crucial components of trading in general. Now, when VIX is above that key level, the VVIX goes through the roof, which is the volatility of the VIX itself. And back in May, we'll talk about that in a second, VVIX was going all over the place. I'm sorry, in June. VVIX went well above 100. Anything below 100 is great for a bull market. You want to see the volatility of the VIX less than 100, which means it's going to shrug off news events more than not. Your key level for VVIX, type VVIX, which is how much the VIX itself moves around. Below 100, it's kind of like your golden zone to trade a bull market in, and we are currently well below 100, which is why I'm betting on the fact that the VIX isn't going to be that volatile itself. The VVIX is lower, and because the VVIX is low, I'm predicting that the VIX is going to fall right through and reject and keep going as Tom's gut feeling thinks the bull market's going to continue. I'm taking that bet myself because if the VIX itself was going to have volatility and bounce up and rally, the VVIX would be trailing higher. And the fact that it has no volatility means the VIX is liquid enough here to not move. So therefore, I've been longing all day. I'm betting one step ahead that the rally continues. And by far, this is great because all of my accounts are green right now. Well, the exception of one that I didn't trade. And I'm looking pretty solid for the rest of the day. I'm betting that we're going to go through that because VVIX ain't even budging. It's not even moving at all. It's just kind of like even decaying further. No volatility in the VIX means that the VIX itself is not going to have big old fat V's to go with it. Okay. So now not only is VIX getting a step ahead of your futures trading, VVIX is getting ahead of that VIX thing I just taught you guys about. And I'm now rallying to break out highs already, and all my accounts are green. As a matter of fact, because we're testing these key levels, I am wanting to possibly see where I need to be to maybe take out of my position here. I just need to make $1,000 on this one. So let me close that out. Let me close these guys out because I need to keep consistency on them. I'm going to hold just one of these accounts long. Let me move this thumb over. I've closed everything but one account. And this is solid. This is really solid. I've had one hell of a day today after losing 11K on Friday. Sad days. These accounts that I'm trading, they are very up, so it can absorb that. But here's the P&L for today, you guys. This has been great. And again, all my accounts are green except for one of them I didn't touch. I didn't touch my MyFunded TV account, my Funded Futures account today, just because I only take A+ setups in my live account. It's a live funded account. I'm in their live program. And today was like B setups out the door. So there we go. I am long just in one account now. It's this account that's up 200, 300 bucks. It needs to make 1,000 and I'm consistently locked on that and can close it out. But VIX is so important. I have to tell you guys, it is the most important thing as a futures trader. What can you learn about environments where VIX is below that key level? Let me teach you guys something about that. I have a handout that I give in my training of what you're going to see. And in these environments, there's a big difference between what happens at pivots. It's a little small, but hopefully you guys can see. When VIX is above that key level, the range of the S&P is very wide. The ups and downs of the day-to-day is very wide, very sensitive to news and things like that. When VIX is below the key level, the up and down is very narrow. It doesn't move that much. Another key thing to take away from this, and again, I know how much, I'm not having to stare at my charts because I do the math in my head. I know exactly where the price is, knowing that I'm up 400 bucks. So I'm actually tracking the movement of the candles even invisibly just by staring at my P&L. So I know if the market's going against me or not by watching that. Okay. Now here, you'll notice that when VIX is below that key level, you're going to hit your pivots nice and tight. You're going to fall to your high volume pivots, fall to your VWAP, fall to your volume nodes, and markets will pivot very sharp. You guys probably noticed that last month and through April, right? And you're going to have nice little volume distribution. It's going to look like a bell curve. When market falls to your pivot, volume's just going to climb at that pivot and turn around. This is what liquidity looks like. Nice, even volume distribution. But when VIX is above that level and market's very sensitive to news, this is why you will see that the volume is like this asymmetric, nonsensical mess because there is no uniformity and where everybody believes they need to buy this. The fact that volatility is very high is because people are asymmetric and all over the place. It's not really that easy to gauge where liquidity is. And therefore, you'll undershoot and overshoot your pivots. And in this environment, which we are in today, you will overshoot and undershoot pivots. And therefore, I trade them differently. And I trade my prop accounts differently. See, in the kinder, more forgiving environment, I buy the dip and I hit it hard at my pivot and then set a stop. That's it. I long or short and set a stop. But in this environment, I have to build a position around the pivot. So as an example is, say that I'll buy 3 contracts here, just as an example, with the stop. This one, I'll put 1 above, 1 below, and 1 near my stop to build a cost basis at or below the pivot. In this environment, because it can move all over the place, I can't just hit it hard in one trade and bet on direction. I got to play on the volatility to increase my entry efficiency to make sure that I'm not exactly at all going to be all my eggs in one basket. You might not have seen it because it was on my other stream, but I longed here, and then I longed here, and then I longed here with this asymmetric, nonsensical, non-volume profile type profile of volume. And then it took off. I didn't just put all my eggs in one basket and then hope. As the market was falling, as a matter of fact, on my stream, I longed in some of my accounts there, some of my accounts there, some of my accounts there, and I set a stop at 50 in all of it just to let it ride. And that's how I do it, because I know that environment warrants that kind of trading. And you can see this all across the board on how your volume pivots are just kind of all over the place. You're not going to, or sorry, your volume's all over the place with not a clean, easy pivot. And that's, again, the effect of volatility. And you got to understand VIX is so important. Volatility is so important to the market. You're going to see like choppiness at the edge. You're going to see like a razor sharp pivot. Let's go back to like before last Tuesday when we switched over. Markets would fall. You would get so many days like this. You would fall and V up on your pivot, fall and V up on your pivot, fall and V up. Fall and V up, V up. Like the market was like constantly Ving. You weren't hugging a low. You would fall very quick. 62.78 was one of our major pivots that day, and buy the dip, and look how quickly it rallies, right? If I were to zoom in on that particular day, you'll see the volume, nice, clean, easy distribution like I was talking about. Where's that? 62.78. There it is right here. Well, that's the open. But even in the overnight, let's use the overnight as an example. Even the overnight trading, y'all see a little bit of a difference? Come on, drawing tool. I'm a drawing tool for. Okay, anyways, you guys can see a bell curve here. That's what I'm trying to say. Does everyone in chat see this little bell curve here? My stop loss was at 350. The volume kind of like increases up to the pivot and then decreases on the other side. Y'all can see it, right? My drawing tool froze up. I think it's so buggy. I'll tell you. You see the difference, right? And this is when VIX was below that level. You get a nice clean volume distribution. The pivot feels great when you jump in on it. It's like jumping into a hot tub. You're like, that feels good. Nice. Good teaching. All right. So you're going to look for those differences in these environments, and you're just going to treat the style of trading you're going to do is different. This is a very advanced lesson. It does come from my boot camp, but it's very important because today it's happening. And I feel free to freely share it with you guys because I love giving you guys some alpha. You can see there's a very symmetric bell curve at that 78 pivot that we had. That's because there's liquidity there. Market falls very quick, and then it recovers very quickly when volume decays. It didn't hug and overshoot and chop around and then turn around. The volume is nice and clean and easy. And so in this environment today, you're not going to get these really nice little bell curves. The market's going to kind of chop around a little bit at your pivot. This is not a bell curve here. This is nuts. Where's that big, clean wave of volume that you want? Well, that volume is what's called liquidity. You need it there. And the fact that it's not there, it means it's not liquid. So the market is testing liquidity at that VIX level right now, because VIX is the amount of volatility in the market. It's the amount of Ving. The easiest way to remember is the amount of Ving you see in your index. The bigger the V's, the bigger the volatility. And VIX is actually inversely proportional to liquidity. The lack of liquidity is what causes volatility to begin with. How do you know something's volatile? Big V's in the market and big choppy volume profile that's not a nice clean bell. Looks like my trade has taken off even further here. I can make about 400. I'll close this out. Consistently lock on this. But right, so it's going to affect how I trade. Because we're in this crazy environment, you'll see me on this show now. This is the first time since I've been on the show that I've kind of like been able to teach this, because we've been in a clean bull market, is you're going to see me fight positions more, spread my risk out. The lesson is, in this environment, you spread your risk out around the pivot, and you know it's going to be choppy. So you basically divide your position up. I divide up into 3. Instead of getting in 2 to 3 contracts in one gulp, I'll add 1, add another, add another. If I get one and it takes off, then okay, I made money in a small account. But if it chops around, I can build a cost basis slightly below my pivot and get that running there. Hopefully this was a good lesson for you guys. Did y'all like that lesson? I try to make use of it. I like whenever I give you guys something interesting to think about. A lot of people I've noticed in the training, in the teaching space, in the trading space, don't really know a lot of stuff about trading, and I don't see people touch on topics like this. And this is stuff that got me by, because when VIX is like a light switch, when it's flipped up in the volatile environment, I have to trade completely differently when it's flipped off. I can't just go in there and like full port my crap and then like, oh, let's just jump in on the trade. I got to understand I've got this asymmetric volume distribution, and that's going to be it. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Hopefully you guys learned something. And, you know, obviously when VIX is moving higher off of that key level, market's nice and stable. But when VIX drops below that key level, market is nice and stable. But when VIX goes above the key level, the market can drop very rapidly. Things can drop very rapidly, even when you're not paying attention. You get caught off guard in a trade. Huh? Oh, here's something? Something. Thank you guys. Like, they got you guys 50 for resets. P&L boost 50. Wow, very nice, very nice. Thank you guys in the back end. See, this is the reward you get for paying attention to a lesson. You know, like I said, in MyFunded TV, we actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take profit early because I don't need to be wrestling this for the last couple of points. I know I wanted to hold it to green, but I am kind of close. That'll give me room to make one more trade today because I'm pretty much locked in all these other accounts. Okay, cool. I took profit on this. That was really nice. Just trading internally to this move. 434 is the final move. I can probably get another 20 on that, but we are going to be coming to a conclusion here on the show in a little bit. And I need something to do this afternoon. So, yeah. So in MyFunded TV, we actually care to teach you guys, you know, help you out. And that's my whole goal, is to help traders learn the business. You know, obviously I stream on my channel, always kind of teaching this information. I've been trading for 15 years. I've learned all these little, you know, tidbits of information that a lot of times when you're learning trading, you're just kind of learning charting, and a lot of it's really basic. You know, you're trusting candle patterns and things like that. But the next level stuff, especially with volatility, this is something you guys may never have heard of. And if I can give you your first taste of the nerdiness, rewarding those of you that stuck with it, it's crucial. It gives me two different trading styles. I trade differently in both environments, and it's been very successful for me. Like, no guarantees you guys will be successful about anything, but for myself, it's been very successful. Hold on. Yeah, most people never paid attention to VIX, but that key understanding that VIX can price in future volatility, and it's kind of giving you a clue when you get there. That's what's the main difference between VVIX and the VIX? Yeah, so an example, as Hardy has said, VIX is based on SPX options. Kind of a key component of VIX is just an index, just like SPX is an index. VIX is an index that basically takes SPX options that expire 23 to 37 days out from now. This is a very, that's what it is. It's 30 days out plus or minus a week. And they take all the options that expire inside of this window, and they calculate some kind of index that lets you know where the supply and demand of all those options are. The higher the VIX means the more scattered people are betting. People are having their puts all over the place near the money here. VIX will be higher than if everybody's puts are all, you know, right here further out in the money. So it's kind of telling you the distribution of the demand for these options, all right? That's all really VIX is telling you. When VIX is high, the market has a thinner floor. The example I like to say about it is if VIX was here and then VIX was here, the difference is that pretend that VIX being lower is like you standing on a plate of glass, and there's like 4 of them stacked on top of each other, and you were to jump up and down on this plate of glass. It's the same thickness of glass, right? Each of these is like maybe like 4 inches thick, and you're jumping up and down. You're not going to break this because they're stacked on top of each other. You guys remember like that Squid Games where they're jumping on the glass? Well, what happens if VIX is higher? The same 4 plates of glass have spaces between them. This is a way to think about it. So the same weight, the same pressure is likely to break through 1 or maybe 2 before you stop right there. The fact that things are stacked on top of each other offers some inertia, some resistance to movement, right? Or some, the movement stays. You're not pressing through it. And so whenever you're staring at it like that, you can think of the same person jumping can break through something if the glass has spaces between it than if it's stacked on top of each other. If that hopefully makes sense. In physics, we call it inertia. It's the resistance to its initial frame of motion. For instance, or essentially, if something like when you hit an anvil with a hammer is the way they demonstrate it in school, the hammer just doesn't pass through it because it resists the movement because it's so massive. There's so much mass in it, right? So VIX is the same way. You can think about it as like how compressed your buyers are or your sellers are. When you're compressing buyers and sellers near each other, the market's more liquid. That's exactly what liquidity is. Buyers and sellers are nearby each other. Each plate of glass, buyer, seller, when you smash them together, does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense, Hardy and everyone else had asked. Does that make sense when you think about it? Each plate of glass is buyer and seller, and when they're squished together, the market's liquid. There's more people agreeing on price, and there's more likely people are going to trade, right? And what's VVIX, right? If VIX is the volatility of the S&P, as in if the glass is spaced out, the VIX goes higher, the S&P can just wobble around a little bit more, right? Pretend that the S&P is just flat. It just becomes choppier as VIX goes up. So you can think of VIX as like the Ving of the market. As VIX goes up, the V's are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, even though price doesn't have to go anywhere. The buyers and sellers are more scattered from each other. So if this is the S&P, as an example, being choppier, and the VIX is going up in a straight line, well, what happens if the VIX itself isn't just going up in a straight line, but the VIX itself is also being choppy? Then what happens to the S&P if the VIX is not just going up, but the VIX is also chopping? Then VVIX, which is the volatility of the VIX itself, it's like the next derivative over, and the VVIX will go up. When the VVIX goes up, the S&P is not just getting wider in like a linear amount. The S&P is like getting wider on an exponential amount. So the difference is you'll see it like curving as it's speeding up. Like the S&P in a normal environment where VVIX is low might become wider, but you can draw like a straight line on that. When VVIX is high, the S&P is like, right? You can't draw a straight line. It curves. It spreads out faster. It arcs like, and so high VVIX is bad because that's really when the market, when the VIX expands exponentially, and then the market gets like crazy and crazy and crazy, and the markets can fall apart when high VVIX is there. And so, because it has additional effects from kind of, does price always gravitate towards liquidity? Typically, buyers and sellers will drive price towards liquidity. As normal, the market makers will look for liquidity. That's their job. Yeah, and that's kind of what the market wants, liquidity, but you can't force buyers to enter the market. And so the market is just what the market is. But you have to understand that you have some pretty good tools in front of you to kind of read this stuff. And with all this math that's kind of confusing you, that's okay. That's why it's, that's kind of why it's boring and hard to talk about. But the way that you use it is very simple. If VVIX is above 100, the market's going to be extremely sensitive to kind of nonsense news. Okay. And therefore, if VVIX is above 100, you wake up that day and trade micros instead of minis. That's the decision you make as a trader, the decision I make. Do whatever you guys want, not investment advice. This is what I do. If VVIX is above 100, I'm trading small already. I'm not out there. That's not the time to full port my account with max minis, right? When VIX is above that key triple B level or that contango midpoint, I'm also entering my positions, staging in around my pivot, expecting additional volatility and overshoot. That's the two decisions you make. That's really what the lesson boils down to. I like telling you why something happens is what we call first principles concept in engineering. So you can understand what it is. Now, hopefully you guys all think of, man, this guy taught me the VIX, and I remember Squid Games. They're jumping up and down on pieces of glass. And when the glass is compressed, the same person jumping is not going to fall through it. That makes a lot of sense. And that's really what volatility is, because the glass is like clusters of options trades. And so, right? VIX goes up, liquidity goes down. VIX goes down, liquidity goes up. And, you know, market's more stable in that environment. And you just make those choices. It all boils down to like the choices you make. So in reality, when I know the market's more volatile or overshooting pivots, I'm going to like trade smaller and wider bets rather than hit it hard at the pivot. And it's hopefully very helpful for you guys in different environments. You're going to trade differently. In prop accounts, you guys are having a hard time getting payouts in your prop accounts. The best thing to do is when the VIX is above those key levels and VVIX is above 100, maybe sit out those days. Those give you the days that bust your account. Those are the days that maybe you jump in to chase the rally, and then all of a sudden it dies on you before it turns up and you busted your account. If you know the VIX is going to be there, you just are going to be in a situation where markets are additionally more volatile than normal. You just tell yourself at any given time, the market can dip really quick, and maybe I can anticipate that. Instead of chasing the last few pennies of this move, why don't I just wait for a dip? Because the volatility is there. I might get it. And I did. I took the long out the door, took some profit, and then I waited. Because I can't predict that the market's going to dip. But when VIX is above the key level, it's more likely that any selling will smash through some of that glass. It just so happened I waited and waited and waited and waited. And then boom, when I hit my key pivot, I jumped in the long. That was a $6,000 decision just to wait all morning. Whereas had I jumped in here at the top for the last few pennies, I'm still not even breaking even 3 hours later. So you can use it to get 2 steps ahead. Is A, avoid chasing longs at the top when you know volatility is there, and just anticipate it could sell off. What happens if I miss out on the move? Okay, miss out on the move. That's totally fine. But if you know you can get some volatility in there, use that to your advantage. Mark your key long pivots, let it fall to it, and then jump in on them when it falls, right? Use it to your advantage to get ahead of your trading. And this is how you're going to beat the game, is by being ahead of stuff. And I tell people all day long, if you're not planning for this, you're missing out. And it was a pro move. And I know on my stream, people come in right here and I'm only up like $1,000, right? And then people are watching like, is this guy even trading? Is he even doing anything? What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, I'm trading. It's up in here though. I'm waiting. And then right here, the magic happened. And it's not the sexiest thing in the world to wait when people are used to watching people gamble all day. But I'm a sniper. Okay, I'm getting what I want. I know exactly what I'm going to do when I get there. And so this is a lesson that helps you understand the environment I'm in. And because I know it can be volatile, it can be, which is why I took profit early instead of just wanting the last 10 or 15 points. The market's still volatile enough that this can drop very rapidly. I don't need to be greedy for the next 10 or 20 points. I got thousands of bucks in each account. Take my profit and be done, right? And that's kind of how it works. You guys understand that? Appreciate you guys in here, especially the mods in here. Magnus, everyone helping you guys out. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, but that's basically. Somebody says, "Is this TradingView?" This is Rocket Scooter. So we built a platform using TradingView as a starting point to build our platform around. So we have our own technology, a Rocket Scooter that finds volume pivots is all it does, and we use TradingView's charts inside of our platform just to make it. Everyone loves TradingView, so instead of building charts from scratch, we just white labeled theirs. But this is actually a dip with our own platform we call Rocket Scooter. All right. You guys have questions for me? Someone said good knowledge, Matt. Of course. Yeah, I'm glad to share. No problem. There's always something good to talk about, man. Where's the money gun? Right here, baby. I'll spit out one for the winners. There you go. Congrats, you guys. Who won today's reset? Who won today, by the way? You guys win? Y'all smash that like button and give the stream some love here. You know, this is turning out to be one of the biggest trading shows that there is. I'm really loving seeing this. I'm loving seeing us And not to brag a little bit, because I love all the prop firms out there equally, but there's a little healthy, friendly competition. I'm a big fan of all the other shows out there. I like a lot of those people. We're all friendly. We kind of snuck ahead. We're kind of getting bigger than some of them that started at the same time. Got to thank you guys for the best community out there. And I really appreciate y'all supporting this channel, watching us grow. We're getting 8,000 views a stream and growing. When I started, we were getting 3,000 views a stream. So you guys, have really been supporting this channel and really been growing this community. It's awesome. Awesome to see and awesome to be part of. Dream Team Magic, baby. That's right. Bull Barbie and the team in the morning led the way. And then you guys have just been coming and showing up every day, and seeing this growth is just, it's blowing my mind. So thank you. I just want to say thank you for me. So personally thanking all of you guys. Yep. A lot of good knowledge here. I really enjoy, watching everybody do their thing. Obviously, we know. Yeah, I know you know. All right. So questions about VIX. I know I'm actually, speaking of the high viewership, I'm actually surprised I didn't tank the viewership talking about VIX. That always puts everybody to sleep, but it looks like y'all stayed for the lesson, which is good. I always apologize when I go math heavy, but the thing is, I try not to explain it in math. I try to explain it in a way that's understandable, because stock market math is just brutal. I mean, it's nonsense. And people start talking options and Greeks and stuff, you tend to gloss over, which I totally understand. Don't think you got to be a math genius to be a trader. You don't. You just got to understand what's actually going on. And the thing is, a lot of you guys don't get taught what's going on, because a lot of these people you watch trading, they don't have a clue what's going on either. Yet they're trading in front of you and trading on social media. But when you understand that VIX is like plates of glass that are spaced apart from each other, then you kind of understand some complex differential equations without even knowing it. Hopefully that's where it comes to fruition in your head, is a general understanding of what's actually going on, right? So hopefully, and you always wonder what the VIX was. We always thought, it goes up when the market goes down. It goes down, the market goes up. Well, that's not actually the case in the math. Cool fun fact, finally, to finish off the show about the VIX. The VIX only goes down when the market goes up, and vice versa, because of one concept. Now, it's not always the case. The math, VIX has no directional bias. VIX is just a number that means volatility. Why are they equal and opposite? For the most part, when markets go up, VIX goes down, is because there's always more non-dealer longs and shorts. There's always more bulls in the market than bears. Because there's more bulls than bears at any given time, for the most part, there's always more people long in the market. If you have the commitment of traders, you'll see that. The report shows there's right now 2 or 3 times as many bulls as bears, which means people that are long versus short, longs are going to buy puts in the market and shorts are going to buy calls in the market to hedge. Okay. Because there's more bulls hedging with puts than there's more shorts hedging with calls, but the call ratio is greater than 1. It's always, in a bull market, much greater than 1, or relatively greater than 1. And so because that ratio is really high, anytime the market gets upset, it's because it gets upset in the fatter direction, because you upset to the put side, therefore VIX goes up because markets fall, upsetting a bigger thing. And the example is, if you push over something small, let me think of a better example. If you push over something big, it falls harder. And so the bigger side falls harder and therefore is less liquid, and the volatility takes off. But did you know, at the bottom of a sell-off, like at COVID, when the market's crashing and crashing and crashing and crashing over a month, then all of a sudden the market does this and this and that. Did you know in those 2 weeks, the VIX also went up a little bit? And let's see if you guys can understand the lesson. If I did a good job explaining the basic principles, why did the VIX go up when the market went up? Let's see if somebody can answer in chat, just as a pop quiz. And again, you get it wrong, but take a stab at it. What do you think happened? I thought VIX went up when market went down, and VIX went down when market went up. What happened? Why did it go up? The bottom of COVID. When the market reversed around, VIX was actually going up. Not downside protection, but good guess. Volatility went up. Clearly, volatility went up. So why would the volatility go up if the market's going up? You'd think it would go down, right? Remember, somebody said blue chews. That's always the answer. So Volatility happens when you upset the stronger side. And a strong bull market that's bullish for years and you sell off, that put to call ratio is greater than 1. Well, when everybody's shorting the market in COVID, it's the other way around. The call to put ratio is greater than 1. You have more people shorting the market. You have finally, for a moment in time, which is very rare, more bears than bulls, which is very rare that happens. When you have more bears than bulls, then this flips to the other side. When that flips to the other side, it's a short squeeze that presses all those calls in the money. And therefore, the market is illiquid to the upside. The market is not moving up because the buyers are there. The market's finally up because the shorts are squeezing. And the market's more like popping up due to short squeeze. And the VIX is going up because it's popping up even faster and faster. You're squeezing out shorts. Just like when a bull market crashes, you're squeezing out longs. So VIX goes up, you just tell yourself you're squeezing one side. And usually at the top of a market, or the market's always bullish, VIX goes up when there's sell-offs. But not every crash does VIX go up and there's a recovery. It takes that moment in time in COVID when finally like everybody in the world is shorting the market. There's a tiny little window. Even in COVID, there's more bulls and bears. But right at the end, when we're hitting those circuit breakers, there was more bears than bulls for a split moment in time, which is so rare to see that. And that's the time when VIX goes up, when the market goes up. And that's how the math works out. But it's rare you'll see that. But it's a fun little trivia fact to know that. But yeah, VIX is such a fun thing. And it's actually only fun whenever you learn about it and it makes sense. It's kind of like, it's kind of hard to understand otherwise. And every time I've tried to like learn it from any source, it's very like it doesn't give you application. Like, okay, thanks for telling me the math, but like, what do I do as a trader? This math doesn't mean anything to me. And so hopefully I've given you guys applicable use to like when you actually use VIX futures, why it's important. And let me show you that COVID thing really quick. It's kind of neat to look at. Committed Trader is going to tell you where bulls and bears like are in the market. And you just have like this is futures, by the way, and futures is the monthly report. I have a whole class on this, so I'm going to teach it today. Basically, we're looking at these lines down here at the bottom. And the green is the net sum of the long positions in futures. It's S&P futures. The blue is the short position in futures. And you had more bulls exiting the party relative to bears entering the party. And so because you had like so many, you had so many people short the market. I mean, everybody was short the base of COVID. Look, even here, all these things were high and this was low. And because you have so many like shorts covering versus the buyers, you had like a short squeeze that caused that market to V up. And the fact that you had a short squeeze right here is really what caused that. Anyways, I've got like 2 minutes. I can't really jump into a huge lesson about this. But this is that moment in time when VIX went up slightly and markets flew up. Because you just had like more bears than bulls for a hot minute. When you add up those two numbers, it was greater than the bull side. That's all I was trying to say. If you were to add up the, or it was getting close to the bull side. Getting close, like right on the edge here. So like 125 plus 179 is 320. And the bull side was 340. It was like almost tit for tat, but at any given time, the green is like 3 or 4 times the amount of blue. So right here at this crisscross, they were roughly, give or take, slightly more bears than bulls, which is so rare to see. But in everybody shorting the market, world's going to crap. Apparently, according to Wall Street, you had more bears than bulls for a hot moment. It's very rare. You don't ever see that. When VIX is chopping, market's dead. When VIX itself is chopping, market's just sensitive to anything. There's not a lot of buyers and sellers there. So any buyer or seller that steps in can push the market around much faster. Yeah. So there you go. Looks like a double top. Yeah, it could be today, but we're still answering that question. Where are we going from today? I'll tell you guys, hopefully this lesson is good. And the reason I dropped is because every day for the next week, I'm going to be saying the same thing. We're going to come in here. We're going to see if VIX futures are above 1841 or not. The beautiful thing is this line stays put for the month. These VIX options are hedged a month at a time. So this line is solid for a month. So hopefully today we drop below it and this is the start of the new rally. If VIX sits here and bounces, then this is the top of the last one. It's very clean and easy to see that. So we'll see. If this is the top of the last one, market will die and sell off for maybe like a week or two. So hopefully that doesn't happen. A little harder to trade. But anyways, I am running out of time here. I got about 3 minutes left. You guys have any questions for me while you're hanging out here? I've had a pretty decent day today. Can you identify trend exhaustion using raw external indicators? You can identify pivot points using our indicators. Trend exhaustion is something that you can't identify anywhere. You can make guesses. Like an example, I could bet that this green line on my chart is the trend exhaustion, but you have no way of knowing if buyers are willing or not. You can't pierce the veil what people want to do. And betting on reversals is the hardest thing anybody can do in trading, is betting when the rally's over. You'll never be able to, there's no indicator that'll tell you that. And it's impossible because it'll go up as long as there are willing buyers. And how can you know when somebody doesn't want to buy? I don't know what people are thinking. And also, how do I know there aren't shorts upside down right now that are forced to cover because they just took a margin call today and then they're buying tomorrow? Because we can't pierce the veil and see these things, it's impossible to tell when something is going to end or which pivot's the top. But each one of them, you can always take a stab at. So I've gotten the habit as a trader is no longer trying to guess tops. Okay, very hard to do. Liquidity map is based on options, Antony. And what we do is we read the options trades in real time and we look for evidence of market makers and then we map out where the bulls and bears are from it. It's a very cool process, actually. Yeah, and Antonio, especially at all-time highs, right? But it's a great question, Bhavesh. See, the idea is that if I can predict a market top, I would be shorting all the time. And I've learned in my 15 years of trading is that I can't predict the market top. As much as I've tried to say this is the top, I'll never be able to guess the top before it happens. I'll always be able to confirm the top after it happens. An example is my monthly hedge pressure is here. I know that if we crash through monthly hedge pressure, the market's dead for a month. So pretend that today we have bad news and the market falls to there and moves around and then finally moves to there. Then the next day I show up and go, yep, that was the top. Finally, the top is in. But I know because something else happened to clue me in that in the reverse, like go back in time, that was the top. But when you walk up to something, you'll never be able to say, I bet you that's the top with confidence. You might be able to nail it every once in a while, but to guess the top before it happens, impossible to do. It's much better to confirm the sell-off and just be one day late to the bear party. And that's what I've always traded that way. I'll be one day late. I don't have to nail the top to be on the bear side. I just let the bears step in and then I step in second. That's how I've always traded. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense, right? Does that make sense? That explanation? Like if I try to guess the top on a bull market, I'm going to miss out on so much good bullishness, right? Even today, I'm longing out the door and longing until the market turns around and gives me evidence otherwise. I'm not usually trying to guess the top of a bull market. Once I stopped doing that and started just joining it every day until I'm finally wrong, my win rate just went from like crap to like amazing. So hopefully that helps you guys. I'm out of here though. It is 12:30. It is my time to go. About to head over to my channel, you guys. I am live in the afternoons. I'm also live in the mornings. And thank you guys for growing. We've been growing pretty big, just the same way they've been growing here. So here's the link to my show. I'll be live for the rest of the afternoon. We'll see if I can't make a few more trades in here. And hell, we might even see a market top. We'll see. But come on over and say, hey, there's my link. I'll be live later and, keep on trucking. If you guys haven't bought your 50% off account with MyFunded, what you waiting for? If you haven't got one yet, get one now because they're having like a killer sale, I think, for the rest of the month, right? So I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Thank you, hosts. Thank you, morning hosts. And thank you, everyone else. And thank you, community. Love you guys from the bottom of my heart. We'll see y'all later. Adios.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.